Green. Good morning. We are going to call the morning workshop of the Klickitat County Commissioners to order, and we will begin with a discussion regarding the Superior Court Public Defender Services contract. Come on forward. There's people online who are interested in listening, and so make sure those mics are green as well. Thank you. Thank you. Just trying to take a moment to read what you put.
Oh, certainly.
If you want to go over it, you feel free as well.
Oh, without question. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with all of you here this morning. It's quite a view you have from this room, so hopefully the remnants of the last bit of summer can provide inspiration here before fall falls upon us and everything becomes dark and gloomy. So we just wanted to go ahead and present to the commissioners a bit of context for the basis of our request. So before you see from what I've been able to put together, looking at the past, what in essence is the past 6 years, 2023 being the most recent budget going back to 2018, what the county has budgeted for public defense in general, what the county has paid Ms. Hochter and me under our previous contracts, as well as, again, a bit of context, what has been budgeted for both the prosecutor's office and the sheriff's office.
We got a copy of your contract report from December 21. And I guess to start off, to look at the big picture, we're looking at a pretty significant budget shortfall. And we're having to make it up using, leftover funds that are in, we're spending down what we have available, and we're trying to cut costs where we can. And we're trying to raise revenues where we can pretty significantly. And it came as a shock to me, at least, with a 33% increase in the Hochters and Lands contract. And the reason it came as a shock to me was when I look at the number of hours on what you submitted for your contract report in 2021, on how many hours that were worked. And we up here, we just manage dollars and cents. And when I ran those numbers of what it said hours worked, it looked like you were making a pretty large increase in comparison to previous years. And I know COVID times and things change and the courts change over time and how we do things. But I think the number was, Commissioner Christopher, do you recall $430 an hour thereabouts? When I run the numbers based on what your report says the value is. Where at that same time, and during COVID, we were paying the full contract price that we agreed to, and not saying we did anything wrong, but when the courts were shut down, the defense attorneys at the district court level who made $75 an hour didn't get paid anything during that time. They were starving to death. And they're $75 an hour versus your, when we run the numbers is $430 an hour, was a significant delta that it's difficult to find people for district court, and $75 an hour, heck, we pay more for more services than that for pretty much any professional. I think the cleaning company that works upstairs in the road department makes more than that per hour. And so we were trying to bring that up a little bit, knowing that we don't have much room in the budget to make that change. And so I guess from my perspective, it was that discussion and that question on if you're putting in less time per year based on your what you submit for your contract reports each year over the preceding years. And granted, things have changed. It seems like in Washington State, they want to not make anything a felony and not have criminal cases. I think it was best for us to have a conversation on where that looks like it's going in the future in terms of time and how much effort, the public defense and the contract is going to be. And so if you could enlighten me on maybe not everything in that contract report is everything.
And I would very much like to address that. So when you see those contracts, some of our cases, we're with them 8 years. So the only time you see them pop up is when we have technically billed or closed. So it doesn't mean that they're coming back. It doesn't mean that we're still handling those people. During COVID, we were in the jails. We were working all of the time. What was happening is we were not closing cases. So we had people at Eastern, we were working with mental health hospitals. While the rest of the counties still shut down and stayed home, we were still going to the jails. We were still communicating with all of our clients because we didn't get to do that. We didn't have that luxury. So what you're seeing is only when a case ends up closing. I have a gentleman that's at Eastern State Hospital. He was found not guilty by reason of insanity. I spend at least 5 hours a week with him. I have since I started this contract. None of those hours go in, but he's assigned to me. So anytime he has a problem, anytime we have to bring up hearings, those are things I have to deal with. My juveniles that I'm assigned to at 12 or 13, I stay with them until they're 18. So what you are seeing in those contracts is just when a case closes out, not the probation violations, all of the things that happen in those cases and what we have to do. And I think, Chris can talk about it too, but to be a public defender on this contract, we have to shut our civil practice down so that we are able to take whatever comes out there so we can handle everything and not hit our caseload limits, which are required by the state of Washington and the Bar Association. So we can't take civil cases. We can't do all of those things because we'll be over our allotted amount of cases. We have to handle what's in there, what has been with cases that we've been handling for 3 or 4 years that are still there. So we have an ongoing caseload, as well as whatever comes in. We also have, when you talk about the difference between district court and felony court, there is, I don't believe, anyone in this county that's qualified to do this job. So the district court, you have no qualifications. You come out of law school, you can do it. Right now, I believe the prosecutor's office is hiring $97,000 to start for a deputy prosecuting attorney. That means they graduated from law school, that's it. For our job, for the requirements set by the Bar Association, we have to have so many sex offenses. We have to have so many felonies, so many Class A felonies. Everything has to go to trial. It takes years to get that done. So the qualifications alone, you're talking about someone that's been practicing for 10 years versus someone that's just coming out. So there is a huge bar. I think for your understanding, it would be similar to engineers. You may have hired them in your public works. There's a PE, someone with a PE that can actually sign off on programs and do things is different than a person that comes out with an engineering degree. And so for our qualifications, if you look on those, what a person has to do to qualify so that we don't get disbarred by taking these public defense contracts. And it is a huge qualification. Also, we have to have offices, we have to have staff. So there is a lot that goes into this contract, I think, that you're not seeing on the paper. But the biggest one is trying to get you to understand how much work we're putting in on cases that aren't showing up on your reports. Like my gentleman at Eastern that calls and takes up so much time, that we're constantly setting hearings. So it doesn't, because a case goes to trial and we're done, and we are going to trial quite a bit. So preparing for these trials and things, when we have people that our mental health is a huge issue. So we might have cases that linger for 2 years on mental health, trying to get them into Eastern, bed dates, things like that, that aren't going to even show up in the year that they're done. They're going to come 2 years out. And because of COVID, a lot of those cases, it doesn't mean that we weren't dealing with those cases, but those cases are still getting settled now, because everything shut down. So we're still dealing with them. We're dealing with their families. We're trying to find housing for them. We're trying to find resources for them. We're trying to find experts that'll come and talk to us, that'll deal with us, that'll take it on a public defense wage. There's so much that goes into it. And I just think it's important because there is a lot more that we're doing, and cases are not settling quickly. In the district courts, those cases were being handled, and then you're seeing them close, because I do district court work as well, and those were closing 2 and 3 years out. So people were still doing the work, but they just all got settled and continued. And then a lot of things weren't charged. But with the felonies, we were still working those cases. We were still doing all of that work. We still had offices. I was still paying my employees full time, and we were still working them. They just weren't going to trial. So we just had to keep them with us through that entire period, checking in with their families, doing all of the work that we have to do to put a case together, and make sure that they also bringing motions and all of the changes that happen between Blake, between our trainings, between understanding what happened with the new Supreme Court case where we had to redo the sentencing grids on every single individual. We had to bring all of those cases back. A lot of those, between the chaos of handling them, we simply didn't bill for any of them. We just handled them. Because our clients came back and they needed to be done quickly. And with the time we got them done, we took care of many of those cases. But it was a big learning curve. It was understanding what's happening. It's staying on top of it. It's making sure that we don't get disbarred. And the qualifications for what we do every single year goes up.
And if I could also just, and I adopt and endorse everything that Ms. Hochter stated, but your comment, Mr. Commissioner, about, well, the state of Washington seems to be saying there's no such thing as a felony anymore. If that were to be true, you would not see the budgeted numbers for the prosecutor's office and the sheriff's office to continue to increase at the rate that they are. There is still crime, just because the state of Washington, through the Blake decision, and just, I'm not sure if all commissioners are aware, is back in February 2021, where the state Supreme Court said our possession law is flawed, and therefore anybody who was convicted beforehand, those are vacant convictions, and it's as if they never occurred. There was work involved in going back and vacating those. It's not all done. Some convictions are, they're inconsequential, but when it comes up in some venues and future cases, those need to go back and be vacated. But we still see the problems, and I think this is now, it's mushrooming up in a certain way. The fentanyl epidemic is outrageous. So just because you don't see a possession of drugs with that theft of a motor vehicle or that burglary in the second degree, what have you, it doesn't mean that's not somebody who is still under the effects of drugs, who are allegedly committing crimes, who are allegedly committing felonies, who need that representation. So just because Blake says no more straight possession of drugs, it doesn't mean all the problems attendant to drug possession and use go away. Certainly not.
Crimes that come from them, the burglaries, the issues that we have, and the mental illness that we deal with. So we are not only felony attorneys, we are counselors, we're healthcare, we are screamed at, we've been threatened. The things that we deal with are, for most people, they'd say, just walk, you're insane. You're in a town where it's not, people say, oh, you're doing such a good service, right, and care. I would
love to just be a lawyer, but it's social worker, a surrogate parent, crying towel, what have you. So yeah, it's not just Chris Land's attorney at law. It's a lot more.
So you said, both of you, you've shut down your civil caseload. You have no civil caseload on.
We
on the
take
side?
some, but divorces, none. So none of that, we can't take those and do this. So where we would be a diverse practice prior to taking on the contract, I did a lot of divorces and things like that. I don't do that at all because I can't. With the caseloads and the weighting and the numbers, you can't go over certain amounts. So we have to say, okay, this is what we're doing. We're committed to this. We have to have an office. We have to have staff. All of these things are rules in taking this contract for the Office of Public Defense that they require. And so other things we have to say, we're not going to take those.
And one other factor to consider in that, and yes, I have a small percentage of my practice is writing wills. That takes minimal time. And yes, there's still some probate actions that I have that haven't gone ahead and resolved. Those two seem to linger. But the primary focus of, divorce and other civil disputes, I just don't get into that. And part of that reasoning is if I am representing wife A in a dissolution and all of a sudden husband A is charged with an offense, I can't represent husband A now because I represent his, soon to be ex-wife in a matter where they are basically adversarial parties. That would be a conflict of interest. So I have to keep in mind, I have a contracted obligation with both this county as well as Skamania County, not to just be disqualifying myself and then having the county have to undergo the expense of hiring basically conflict counsel. And I'm not sure how much Ms. Hanson and Judge Krogh shared with you, but getting conflict counsel here in Goldendale is near impossible. And part of that reasoning is not just our location. Yeah, we have attorneys coming over the hill from Yakima or up from Vancouver, but those qualifications. I mean, it just took until this past year that Ms. Hochter was qualified to do a Class A sex offense. Up until that time, I was the only one that could do that. I know maybe one other attorney in Hood River who has that qualification. So that too, we limit our practice so we're not exposing ourselves to those conflicts that are then going to go ahead and cost the county additional money, more money for those conflict attorneys.
Thank you. Thanks for coming in.
Oh, certainly.
I guess that I have no issue at all as far as with the how the contract's being administered, the work that you're doing. Your qualifications. It's not. This is simply about money.
Can I interrupt you just one?
Sure.
I apologize. The other thing that's coming too, and you've noticed it, I'm sure you've noticed it with your employees, but the minimum wage is jumping by $1.25 again. So in our offices, we've seen it where we have to have competent people that are confidential. And so hiring an employee when Taco Bell is hiring for $21 an hour, so we have to keep up with that as well. So that is just, I wanted to say that's another thing, because it's not only a requirement of the contract that we have staff that's competent and can do that, but we are also facing our employment costs are huge as well. And with these big increases that you're seeing, I mean, if we go the last 6 years, what minimum wage has done, it's had a huge increase in our office as well, and trying to find employees.
Okay,
And I apologize.
No, that's good, because that comes to my point as far as when I look, based on the numbers, it is, yes, everyone has had increased costs going back, from, I got to put my glasses on because of the, 18. So the numbers that you provided us from 18 to the proposed in 23, we have all seen increases in those, and we have seen those budgets rise because of those factors. And that is not unique to your industry, your practice. It is across the board. I mean, as you said, Taco Bell is having to adapt to we all have to. That's not what at least I'm talking about. When I run the numbers, so public defense over the budget from 18 to 23 is proposed, inclusive of what increases that we've done over that we're proposed to increase by 23% over that period of time. Prosecuting attorney's office over that period of time has increased by 26%. The sheriff's office between that time, 18.5%. And I will remind folks, that's with, there's been 2 contract amendments in there as far as for labor. We've been under pressure to increase that. So again, we recognize that. Your proposal, if we put that into, that's a 44.5% increase over that same period. That's the thing I'm having. It seems out of scale to, something that's in line with what's happened with everything else.
We're open to negotiating that. I think what we just wanted to put forward is the fact that we haven't asked for an increase at all. So all of this is happening and we did not ask for any increases. Had we asked for one that we thought was in line with what everything else was, that's where we would be. So we're not saying we're not opposed to any negotiating on that, but what we put was what we wanted to show. If we had been keeping up with everyone else as they were increasing, then that's where we felt that we would be, because we haven't been increasing this contract.
Just so we're all working from the same page.
Yes.
I took your 18 to 28, and so had you been, if we had to get to where you're at, that would have represented a 44.5% from where you were to where you are.
Certainly, and no.
On those, it's the same, I took the same, it's apples to apples, where they were here, now they're here, they were here, now they're here, they were at Taco Bell, now they're Taco Bell. What's that number? And it's out of line. And again, your industry is no more special. I'm sorry, and any attorneys that are listening, sorry, there's, we all have, right, everybody's. So that's the issue I'm having.
Oh, and I appreciate that, Mr. Commissioner. And in looking at these numbers, I came to the same conclusion, but as was what Ms. Hawker is saying, and I tried to go ahead and put together a line graph to show where we were, in how things had progressed and where we plateaued. I couldn't come up with a scale that would have been able to have all these different budgets together. And it comes down to this. Yes, if you go from 2018 to 2023, what we're proposing, yes, it is that increase. But the amount that has been saved by the county, where our costs were plateaued for those 4 years, 216,000 for 19, 20, 21, 22, I can go back and run those numbers too. That's where we're now asking for, just starting at this point, where we could have been if we had been asking for those incremental increases that we did not ask for, that the county saved by not paying that. So we're looking at a point where we would have been if we had been asking for those incremental increases that we forewent in the past 2 contracts.
Commissioner Christopher.
No, Commissioner Sauter pretty much did everything I had to. My math is kind of the same as your math is. Quickly squeeze.
Oh, yes. And again, not here to.
I already had the math, but your math confirmed my math. So
certainly. And
I'm not worried about what you guys do or how much you do or how much you're paid. Your skilled professionals and skilled professionals deserve to be paid. It's that percent of gain. And if we can come to the same math we both have in there, I'll sign away.
And as Ms. Doctor said, we're willing to talk about that, but we want you to know we feel that we're justified in asking for that at this point in time. And if I could, you talk about skilled professionals, but look at the Bill of Rights. Find me another skilled professional where you are guaranteed the right to have that skilled professional at your side. The Sixth Amendment says you have the right to assistance of counsel when you are charged with a crime. It doesn't say the county is guaranteed the right to have a prosecutor or even a sheriff's office. This is a guarantee by the Constitution within the Sixth Amendment, and we're fulfilling that duty. And as we stated, this is not a job where anybody walking out of law school tomorrow can walk into and do. And it is a difficult place to be. It's a difficult place to get to the point where you all are qualified. And Ms. Doctor pointed out some of the challenges. This is not something where, I get a check on the shoulder every day. Hey, you're doing a great job. It's not that way at all.
we might know a little something about that as well.
Oh, yeah. I can identify.
I think one of the issues we're facing, you may be having a meeting later today about with comprehensive mental health and the issues that we're facing, because that has really changed the face of what we do. Not only are we dealing with criminals, but we are dealing with, in my practice, a change. You would find maybe 2 people that were found not competent to proceed. I am finding that over 50% of my people are having not just competency issues, but Eastern is coming back and saying they are not competent. So when those things happen, you have to stop everything. You have to get all of your evaluations. You have to get experts involved. And then we have a mental health system that has no placement for them. And so I think that's really changed the face of our practice, because we have a completely broken mental health system. And the state does not have beds for them, yet they're not competent. And we're dealing with those things that are an issue, and you're finding those challenges. I would hazard a guess that the sheriff's department has come and spoke to you about that, and the problems that they're facing in trying to house my incompetent clients that are having issues and trying to hurt themselves and things like that, as well as probably the prosecutor's office in trying to handle those cases and deal with them when we have people that are in crisis, and individuals that are at a level that are not going to be rehabilitated, and there's no placement for them. And it's getting to be a little bit scary in our county.
And just a point of education, so we're not, lawyers speaking to you, but when Ms. Hochter talks about competency, that means that a person has such a mental illness or mental defect that they cannot be prosecuted, but yet they're having other crises. So the prosecution is stayed, yet they remain in custody because there's no ability to take them to a state facility to go ahead and give them any treatment, to do any kind of restoration. So we have this very toxic, unhealthy stasis of individuals who languish, whether it be in the jail, some of them out in the community that are getting no services, and things just continue to carry on with the hope that they will at some point get some assistance, but yet they continue to have problems, continue to generate calls, continue to have cases in other jurisdictions prosecuted against them, and we go through the same process there. So yes, I would agree that the lack of effective mental health responses are borne out in what goes on in the courtroom in the jails.
If I may, Mr. Chair. What can you, because again, I'm a numbers guy and a kind of facts as far as, I think you can understand. I mean, you've spoken to, we get the copies of the reports that you file with the courts as far as for the number of hours that you're proposed, what you've done. And you have both indicated that that is not really an accurate or a full assessment of your work. Unfortunately, that's what we have, and that's what the public sees as well. And so we need some way that we have some kind of documentation or some narrative or something that explains what the real picture is. Because again, I don't think it's unreasonable for us, based on the information that we had, here's the, Commissioner Anderson's correct. If you take this and divide it by that, it equals this. And that's the number that's kind of like, ooh, that's hard to explain when I've got, when we're trying to cut, where we've worked really hard to not have to cut staff, we don't have to reduce programs or anything, and we're tightening up everywhere we can. And all of those people are watching, and they, when it's like, well, what about them? How, and as I said, we need information that justifies what that is. And right now, we don't really have it. We have, and I'm not saying you're not being accurate. I'm saying, the 12 people that are watching might hear it, but the 22,000 of them out in the public, there is extra scrutiny these days too, where there is, people want proof. They don't want, just because I say it, doesn't make it so.
At least in this avenue.
And
Yes.
In other places, people can
And I
talk
think
things into reality.
Yes.
looking
Well,
at
the
current caseloads that we have, looking at what we're actually, because we also are bound by confidentiality. So a lot of it, we can say generalize what we're doing, but the case count that we have now, the juveniles that we have now, the incompetent people that are incarcerated in people, the fact that every time a case goes to trial, just like in the prosecutor's office, we are still contacted and working on those appeal processes. So we're working with we're working with the appellate counsel on those. We're preparing records. We're coming up with things. None of those are on the contracts because this contract idea was a new thing, and it's another cumbersome thing that we have to spend hours making sure that we're getting done as well. But none of that's on there because there's not a place for it. So all of the cases that we work with appellate attorneys, so every time our cases go to trial and then they're brought up on appeal, and mostly every case that goes to trial is appealed. So then that appellate counsel, we're working with them. We're filing and perfecting the notice of appeal. We are working with appellate counsel with any issues that they need our assistance with. So every trial that goes, we're still on those. None of those show up. Any juveniles, some of the juveniles, we just had one that just came out of, she just turned 21, so she's off the caseload. I've had her since I started this contract. So all of those young kids that are in there, those are juveniles that we're working with that don't come off, all of the truancies, all of the BECA, all of the offender stuff. Those kids stay with us for the entire term. So how many are there? We also have, again, the people that are mental illnesses that are in Eastern that have been either convicted or put absent conviction for prison, but they put in a mental health hospital. Those are still our active clients, and we are dealing with them all the time. So it was Miss Dugan's case, and then as soon as I came on the contract, it became mine, and it stays with me forever. So he calls me, this individual calls me at least 5 hours a week I spend with him. He eats up time all of the time because they have a right to appeal every week if they want. And we have to do that. We have to handle all of those. So there's all of these cases that don't have a place on that because the only time you see it is when it technically closes on that report. So all of the active cases
and I don't want to
on-
create a cumbersome burden.
But that's where
I
it's
do
just trying to
need
understand everyone at
I'm
Eastern
not the
that
one
we're
that
dealing
needs to
with.
understand.
But understanding,
You need to be able to communicate to the
Exactly.
constituency, and I understand that. Just off the top of my head, we're actually in the courtroom at least twice a month just for docket. I came here yesterday. I think I got here at
5 times a month for me at least.
right, and
Because
even
that's
more
just
so.
for the
Well, I
criminals.
wasn't even thinking about the juveniles,
Yes.
but this is just it. It's then stopping and thinking. Just on the criminal matters alone, that's twice a month, 8 hours a day. For each hour I spend, there's probably 2 hours that I'm preparing. That's 8 plus 16. That's 24 hours. Then for trials, it's nearly once a month. The same issue there. It could be 8 to 16 hours, but then the preparation before that. A mere 72 hours a month that I'm actually working these cases that may not be reflected. And it's, as I always say, if attorneys were any good with numbers, we'd all be accountants and not attorneys. So also what you're seeing is probably a product of just bad accounting for our time, but that's 72 hours. So all of a sudden, Commissioner Anderson, your $400 an hour gets reduced to $125 an hour if we're putting in a mere 72 hours a month, which I think is still under what we're actually doing if we had a timer by our hand and, oh, okay, I'm doing a Klickitat County Superior Court case, on the clock now. So that may be just to rough that in a bit, but if the board wishes to have a more realistic accounting, again, with the understanding we are bound by, we can't necessarily put names to everything, but give you a better understanding of our time to justify that's not overburdensome, that's not cumbersome.
I was gonna say, having hired an attorney recently, they charge you for every minute.
Sure.
And, that's normal,
But
and
that's also a distinction between what my contracts professor used to call the plush carpet, attorney down
Don't
in,
do that as well,
Seattle
yes.
or Portland. I don't work there for a reason because I don't want to be that person. This is more of a duty than a job. It's more, and there's some days that I absolutely just say, why am I doing this? And I just want to walk out of the office. But it's due to the fact that I think I'm doing a service that is hard to come by other people who are going to do that. So yes, to make the distinction though, that is the civil attorney who has to go ahead and grind out billable hours so he or she can make partner, all right? That's not a pressure that I have, but it's because I choose to do this job. So yes, there is a distinction there. Probably in your area, yeah, you're gonna get billed for every single staple through, 3 pieces of paper. I get that, but that's not how we operate.
We don't bill by the minute, but we
No.
get the calls, middle of the night, all weekends, and we take them and we deal with them. I do have new software. It's called Smokeball, but it does track those by the minute. And it is enlightening, I guess, to see, because now I'm seeing thousands and thousands of dollars on each case, because it does track every time I get on there, when we put those in, every time someone calls and those phone calls come in. And it tracks hourly like your civil firms do. Because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I put in 140 hours on one case, it's the same. And when we go to felony trials, we are not billing by the hour. We put in as much time as we need to. And we might prepare for 3 trials to go. And we're putting in all of the time to do that. And then they may settle, one will go. But no, we don't track hourly. Now I'm starting to with my case software.
And probably I should jump in on that.
And it's a little crazy because you look at it and it's insane.
It's probably very enlightening.
I have a new legal assistant that started a while ago, and he always looks at those billings, and it's mostly what we do is we go in, even in district court, and then I eliminate things. So the billing never reflects the time I actually spend. I take it off, I chop it down a little bit, because what we do as public defense attorneys. I think we look at that bill and we think, they're indigent, we just chop it down a little bit. So overbilling is more a civil big firm thing. Underbilling, I think, is a criminal defense thing, and it's just what we've always done here. So that's what we do.
Well, why have you not put a CPI or some kind of an adjustment in your contract over the last 3-4 years?
Did I say we were bad accountants? Yeah, and that's, that is something that could be done, and maybe we do that in the future, but just based upon prior contracts, that just wasn't something that I think either Ms. Hochter or I really anticipated or even thought about doing. But, we're certainly open to some kind of, tie that to the consumer price index. Sure.
Well, that I don't know. To me, that just makes sense, because then you get your yearly bump. And not, I guess, have to wait to try to get so much at one time, try to take such a big bite of the apple. So.
But also, this being a fixed cost for the county, when we signed those 2 previous contracts, you knew, it was going to be $216,000 a year for the 2 of us. That was a known. It wasn't as if, okay, is it going to go up? Is it going to go down? That's a fixed, reliable cost. So there's, I think, some attractiveness for the county to know, okay, this is what it's going to be, no more, no less.
But I think going forward, I guess I would say, yes, I like that. But then if I'm sitting here when we do the next one, I want a CPI in the next one so that we keep you on the step.
Sure.
So we don't have a big number.
And I can certainly appreciate that. Yep.
Oh, that's 2 years.
I guess my issue is, like Commissioner Sauter said, it's hard to set a number. I mean, I know you have your fixed costs, and cases and clients and trials, and it waves up and down. And I understand that, and I thank you. I'm not trying to be hard for your public service. I know how difficult it is dealing with the public, people that you deal with on a daily basis. And many times, you just want to walk out and throw your hands up in the air and say, I'm done.
Right.
There's a lot of other things I could do that would make me a lot happier. for me, it's making that case. I mean, because when you work in district court, you bill by the hour. So yet you do keep records of all that. I would expect that, you would keep records of all of your cases, and it's good to hear that you are. It's hard to, in order to set a standard, like my personal opinion was simply, whether it's district court or whether it's superior court, my preference would be by the hour, this is what it costs, and you keep track of your hours, and it is what it is. That would be my preference. Would we spend potentially more? Yes. Would we spend potentially less? Possibly. Would it make, what does it do? It makes it really difficult for us to budget, because I like the fixed number, but a contract that it's this much an hour for your time. That would be my preference. That's not the preference of my seatmates. But the hard thing is, and I understand you can't give names, but what I need is that overall accounting of how many hours did you actually put in doing the job, not just how many it closed, because that doesn't look good at all in the public eye. And if you guys can get that so that we can have that discussion and negotiation, if you have all that information, that would be great. If that's something we have to do in the future, that's what we have to do in the future. I've just never dealt with an attorney who doesn't have a really accurate accounting of all their time they spend.
We have case management software that can start tracking all of that. We haven't done that. If it came to an hourly, I think both of us would probably walk from the contract and say, we hope you find someone new. Because what you're not hearing in us, and I don't know if we're able to convey this to you, is by saying we are going to be available to pick up all of the juveniles, all of the mental health cases, and this is also reflecting the fact that there is a whole new area of law that we are now expected to take. Landlord tenant, there's a whole bunch of civil cases that fall under this contract as well. So not only are we doing what we've always been doing, but going into 2023, there's a whole other area that we're expected to pick up and handle as well, as far as competencies, as far as representing those individuals. So when we say we have to shut down an area of our practice, it's like if you were a contractor, I don't know what profession you were in prior to becoming a commissioner, but you are shutting down all of those contracts or that work that you may have been taking in so that you are available to handle all of those cases. Now, in district court, it's very different because you just take what you can take. The district court cases are not weighted as heavily on the case weighting system. There's a whole bunch of factors that go into that so that you can always pick up a district court case. It's not that big of a deal. Felony cases are not the same. But what we didn't touch on, I think that is really important, is going into 2023, the burden on us as public defenders increases enormously. Because not only are we doing all the civil, the competencies, the juveniles, but now we are required to do civil representation of defendants as well. And that's part of the contract. And those cases, you're finding attorneys not taking landlord-tenant cases and things like that, because the people that are taking those cases are running into $10,000, $15,000 case. They're huge because the time, the energy, the expectations, the new statutes and laws regarding what you have to do to comply with, and the representation that has to be provided to the tenants is enormous. So there is a huge portion of law that we now have to practice as part of this contract that we didn't last year, that we didn't this year. So in 2023, we have to pick up those as well.
So if you'd like an estimate as to what we believe we will be doing in 2023, that, again, I think that's something that is reasonable, not overly cumbersome. And yes, we can go ahead and have that further discussion. But looking to the future, as Ms. Hochter said, our plate is going to get heavier. There's going to be more cost upon it. And that's, I think, should be reflected in the next contract.
One more thing that we need
Certainly.
to talk about, and that is the changes in managing the public defenders. I know you're a public defender for
It's
Skamania
County.
County.
Yes.
How
Yeah.
did they deal with it?
We have not come to any type of manner in which we're going to go about, because the way I understand it, judge cannot be the one who assigns the cases. Am I qualified to say, okay, this one's for me, this one's for my partner in the contract. That is still something that we have not come to any kind of resolution on in Skamania County either. It's a total, it's a function that we weren't quite sure why it all of a sudden got thrown out of the judge's discussion. But from, wiser head said, oh, it's got to be some third party doing that. But no, we have no resolution down there either.
Any thoughts on a good resolution? What would you prefer?
And that's one of the many things that wakes me up at 3 o'clock in the morning that doesn't have an answer right now.
I think one of the things with when you look at who you're going to partner with and who you're going to do it, the burden on us as public defenders and the requirements that just seem to be added every single year by between the bar and the state just keep piling and piling and piling. We saw Oregon, complete chaos. I don't know if you saw them, but their public defender system completely shut down. I mean, it completely imploded. And that you have constitutional issues, you have tons of problems. The one thing going into this is I do it because Chris is my partner in this, and I know he's an attorney that's been practicing for many, many years. He has the experience. He's someone that I can trust to do this. And so when we do this contract, we talk amongst us and we say, okay, I'll take more of the juvenile cases. You take more of the sex case. We're able to do that. And I think when we look at the cases on he takes this, I take that, we understand each other. When we say we have conflicts or we switch them back and forth, we're able to work very well together. Without that relationship, I think this contract would be impossible.
Is there, I mean, not a lawyer, is there anything in that new rule that the judge can't assign that says we can't put it in the contract that you guys assign for yourselves?
Certainly, that is one of the different scenarios that is envisioned and is actually spoken to in the rule as far as it being one of the practicing attorneys. But somehow all of a sudden then my concerns about ethical conflicts as far as, well, okay, let's say I just don't want to, I don't want to take this particular type of case. Hey, give them all the lawyer, right?
That's where you say you're dependent on the person.
Right.
The two of us are good as a team.
Yes.
If you get without that, other people have said, well, just bring on somebody else, or why can't someone else in the community do it? And the public have asked me about this. They've heard some of these hearings and they've talked about that. You had some hearings where they talked about you guys work 15 minutes an hour and spend all this money. I'm like, that is not true. And so I say, I invite you to come into my office at any point in time. The phone rings off the hook. It's on weekends, it's on nights. And what we're doing, and when we talk about other attorneys, because they're not qualified. And so if we support that or do that, we jeopardize our license. With Chris, I don't have a problem doing that. If that's something that we could definitely put that into the contract and we can handle that amongst the two of us. I think we're very good at doing that. But I think you guys are fortunate that you have both of us here with the experience that we have. Because it's a lot of years that got us to the point that we're at. We are actually qualified. We've done the trial work. Not many attorneys are. And to be in a small town, to have us both locally situated where we can get to the jail, we can get to the courtroom, we can have the clients into our offices, and again, have that experience and are doing the work for the county, I think is an asset to our county.
Well, I hope I never need your services outside of this room.
That's the best way to do it. As I tell everybody, if the world would be a better place and I'd have to go find a new job, no question about it. But from what my takeaway here, Mr. Commissioners, is you wish to have a more solid number-based justification for what we're asking for here, but also a potential resolution and solution to how cases are being assigned. So those are the two things that I hear you're asking us to give some more contemplation and work on to readdress with you at a future date. Am I missing anything else?
Other than appointing you guys, the only other option that I've come up with is, having Yakima County's public defender program do the assigning of the cases for you, but then that's asking them and we'd be
Sure.
paying them and.
Right.
And-
Oh, yeah.
And then you guys wouldn't be in control of your own destiny, and so
Right.
that's why I wanted to bring this up and ask you,
Oh,
because this
and-
is definitely something that needs to be in the contract.
I would certainly appreciate you bringing that to us rather than, oh, unilaterally done, now you guys deal with it. So thank you for that respect given to us. to
And I would add, at
contemplate
least for
that.
myself, and I haven't really talked to it's like, I want absolute clarification that the judge can't, or is it the prefer, because I'm hearing conflicting things
Sure.
across the state that that's the preferred, but is it absolutely that they can't, are there circumstances? Because I'm thinking in our maybe, we are special, and if it's not broke, why are we fixing it? And that's what I want to understand. And it could be, it's not that the courts or the legislature and you don't do things sometimes where it's like, why are you doing this?
Right.
Doesn't mean they don't do it and we have to do it. I'm saying, I just want to be absolutely sure that we have to do what we're being told we think we have to do. And
Certainly, we can do more research on that in my brief discussions, both here in Klickitat, but also Skamania County with Judge Croak. My takeaway was he cannot. So, but always looking for those may nots and shall nots. That's
and no
what we lawyers
disrespect to
do.
the judge, but
No.
the judge is the judge. I mean, that's
And Mr. Commissioner, he's always right.
yeah, across the street.
Right. I think he's in court. I don't think he can be listening right now, but maybe watching this later.
So it's my recommendation
Yeah.
that we sit down and go over the numbers we feel comfortable with and give them a counteroffer versus having them make up a new one and give it to
Right.
us.
I'm fine with that.
Let's type up our own number and give it to them with what we feel comfortable with based off averages and whatnot.
And are you familiar with the new case types that we are coming January 1st that we now are expected to do? Do you guys know what those are?
Landlord,
Or
tenant.
would you like us, okay.
Yeah, landlord, tenant, guardianships. And wasn't there not a third? If there was a third, it was something that was not all that. Those are the two
The big ones.
big ones. And there's
There's
a
gonna be
third one.
that many in-depth landlord tenant.
The number of calls that I take in a given week, especially in the past 18 months, even when there was a moratorium on there being any type of evictions, it has got to be one every other day, if not more.
Because it's a
So-
requirement, so anytime a person is being evicted, they're afforded the right to counsel.
It's
So they're
under the
assigned an
new law.
attorney now under the new law, just like in a criminal case where you're assigned an attorney. So every time there's an eviction, they're
The
coming in.
confusing part to me is why are they assigned an attorney of your stature and not just one of those district court?
They still have to be qualified, so they're coming, I think they put them under the fact that they want the qualifications.
It also, because all landlord tenant disputes are only litigated in Superior Court as opposed to the district courts.
As a soon-to-be new landlord, I'm not looking forward to
Don't,
it at all.
yep. Hire a management company, let them deal with it. That's the, yes. All right, so do you still wish to go ahead and have us come up with a proposal as far as assigning attorneys to any given case, seeing how you're going to go ahead and counter with the, I guess, the actual compensation? But yes, we can go ahead and address the assignment issue.
All right. What do you think? Couple weeks?
I think we can hammer it out either today or Thursday.
Right, but I want to give them time to work on,
Whenever
they get that done and,
We can get it to you by the end of the week.
okay. All right, we'll have something to you then by the end of the week.
All right, that would be the
Or next
21st,
week.
3 weeks from
Is there
today.
any
or
other
3 days from
questions we
today.
can answer for you guys? Doing or changes or?
No, I just want to say thank you guys for everything that you do for the people in the community. It's a thankless job. And
Well-
very rarely does anybody ever say thank you.
And I appreciate that.
And thank you.
All right, have a great day.
Yeah, you all do the same. Again, enjoy the summer-like weather before.
Yeah, we got 2 days left.
2 days
and we're
left.
Stuck
Coming.
inside.
Autumn
And that's
and-
way too much to do.
Yeah.
So. Okay, next up, we have Public Works. Director Kelsey,
All right, thank you.
step into the hot seat.
Right. Literally, huh?
stuff to hand out to you.
Yeah.
Cam, will you help us? Might be extras here.
50/50. Mm-hmm, 50/50. Good morning.
Wow.
Oh, we got all kinds of stuff today.
Too much paper already here.
Got all sorts of goodies here.
So we're just back to being a concept now?
No,
No?
it's reality. It's a reality.
He had a bunch of these laying around, so he figured you
Like,
got-
start handing them out, hand them out.
It's always good to look at where you came from.
Yeah, it is. We're close. Yeah. Yeah, those lights were in the original.
Somebody actually,
Somebody picked those.
had someone that actually counted the windows and said it's not the same.
Oh,
Have one less window now. I'm like, wow,
Somebody on staff, we were paying somebody to count the windows on a,
somebody that notices that kind of stuff.
Yes.
Don't pick on people with obsessive compulsive disorder.
it was you, wasn't it?
Don't do it.
Jeff doesn't have the time. Whenever you're ready, sir.
All right. Let's see, just a couple of pay estimates for approval today. And your agenda, one to Frank Gurney, Inc., and that's for the guardrail work, and that's in the amount of $67,000, $942.81. And there's about $3,500 in retainage as well. Pay estimate, the final estimate for Stripe Right, and this is for our annual striping that we do every year. And the final check they'll receive today, or after, when you sign it, is $64,789.05. And they have some retainage as well. Roosevelt grade paving, we did find some discrepancies going over the forensic report, and so we'll be working with the contractor to address those issues. So
this is the
This is-
quality
this is
of
the
the.
core
materials that
samples?
were used
The
were not
materials.
what we specified,
Yes.
so,
And that's the reason for the degradation.
yeah, and it has a impact of reducing the life of the pavement,
Yes.
so that's a big deal.
Huge.
So
So
what's
for
the
the
remedy?
whole grade or just like this little section of it?
Well, we tested the little section and so,
That we're having problems with, so.
Right.
Spot checks another location, but we're hoping it's just down at the bottom where it sees most of the traffic
yeah.
on a daily basis.
So what is it, just their mix is wrong, or?
The mix is wrong, yes. The oil is wrong.
So if they use the wrong oil potentially on the whole thing.
That's a possibility.
That's a
that
possi-
Whole thing issue, and is there a repair to that, or is there a remove and replace to that?
Lots of options.
Lots of
We're not to that point. We just know it's defective and it doesn't meet the standard that we specified and paid for. So
Are we gonna test multiple spots?
we pulled the cores, but it was expensive to actually test for the, the material itself. And so each core, so we focused on where we're seeing the issues, which is at the bottom. So, because we weren't sure, we needed to be
Right.
sure what was wrong, what was going on. And so now we can go back and spot check the rest of the cores, because we did core all the way up the hill. So we have those samples, we just now would need to add that. But
Yes.
it was kind of pricey to do
How much
this.
was the cost on that?
What's that?
How much was the cost on that?
It was around 35
Yeah, I
to
think so, somewhere around that.
$35,000
Yes.
to have a report and have somebody actually stand behind you. You lost 30, 50% of your life, because that's big dollars.
Yeah.
So you need somebody that's so you need a good reputable expert that can stand
And can we
behind you.
charge them for that cost?
You
That-
would.
Yeah, that'll be part of our next phase.
Yes.
We're not-
Negotiation.
Yeah.
We screwed up. And
Yeah,
I mean, the reality is they should pay for us to document how they screwed up since they screwed
Yes.
up. Because if they hadn't, we would have aided, it would have been on
Yeah.
us.
Yes.
But,
Right.
but it confirmed a problem,
Yeah.
then
That we can already see.
yeah.
Yeah.
we see. So, wow.
So would it be another 35,000 to get the other spot checks tested?
We had quite a few cores in the lower section, you know, we'll have to pick the number of cores we want to have sampled and tested and then figure out a cost for that. But, you know, they've already done the analysis, written the report. It's just, is it more of the same?
Yeah.
That's really the
Right,
question.
That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it won't be as much, I wouldn't think, but there'll be a cost.
Mhm.
And these are, you know, we use the landfill overweights, but these were also federal dollars.
Yeah.
So it's not
Be a
just,
big deal.
it's somebody
Yes.
else's money that
Right.
really prioritizes that they got what they paid for.
Yeah.
It'll be a big deal.
Yes.
So
And I mean,
it's a big
From
deal
the-
to us too.
Yeah. We'll have help.
from who, you know, whether we're paying it or somebody else is paying it, knowing how far it goes, that's a big deal in valuation and money too. So, I mean, whether it's 35,000, might be 35,000, but it might save them
Yeah.
hundreds of thousands.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Wouldn't you, I mean, and I'm speculating, if I was the supplier, I would want to figure something out. Because if I'm ever, because if I've supplied materials on a federally funded project and I get a black mark, I would imagine that I would be ineligible in the future, not just in this county, but anywhere, I would think.
That I don't know how they, it's not a good thing, I know that.
No, it's,
But how it happened, I don't think we've got to that
Yeah, we
point
don't
yet,
know.
you know.
Well, no, there'll be, you know,
There'll be a
things roll downhill as far as somebody.
So we don't know
Made a
whether it was the
mistake.
construction company that ordered wrong or the supplier that mixed wrong.
Correct, we don't know.
correct. We
Yeah.
don't
We just
know.
know it's not what we asked for.
Yeah.
I mean, it could even be, you know, that the oil was not the, you know, that they specified the specific oil for the mix and whoever supplied the oil said, oh, yeah, this is this.
Yeah.
And then it
Yeah.
wasn't.
That's
I mean, it's,
exactly what
Yeah,
it is.
yeah.
And that's a serious no-no.
you think?
Yeah, I mean, and that's something you don't just casually make that mistake.
Mistake, right, that's, yeah.
There's certain oil specifications that are used on each side of the mountain. And this doesn't match either of those.
So are you keeping a but make sure we're keeping the prosecutor in the loop if once it gets to
He
potential?
knows we started down the process,
Yes.
but now we have to have another discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I don't really want to.
Get too
Yeah, yeah.
far
Yeah.
into the weeds.
Never mind,
Okay,
thank you.
moving on. Thank you, gentlemen.
You're welcome. Okay, Courtney Road, James Dean has exhausted his avenues for trying to find a paving contractor to pave it. It's not getting paved this year, which is a bummer, because now it has to be maintained over the winter, and he's got to keep doing that.
Yeah.
So we'll be sending out notices to the public and letting them know. The road
We
will
won't be
open
using any
back
of that
up.
special Roosevelt mix.
No?
No. Yeah, so they'll have a great gravel road, have guardrail,
Yeah.
everything will be there but the hard surface, so.
Is this gonna cost taxpayers more money next year? Or is it still gonna be contracted at the amount it's contracted and?
Question.
Well, we're all hoping that the escalations that we've seen for hot mix and fuel, I mean, it's 6 months or 8 months that can
That can change.
change, hopefully in the better direction.
Yes.
I mean, that's the hope, yes. Right now, we're at a high, so it's,
Mhm.
But to pull that out a little further, I mean, we've always, like, there is a cost for holding the project over.
Right, but it was all.
Because we'll have to at the end of the, next spring, when it goes to get ready to get paved, there's gonna be some
Damage
work,
that they're
that they're gonna have to get it shaped up and ready again before so I'm assuming I guess that's the question, is that us or is that the contractor? Because was it in the contract to get paved this year, and is the delay our fault? So
He has a
whose
certain-
fault is it?
Yes, go ahead.
It's up in the air because ultimately they have a certain amount of working days. And as long as they stay within that realm, I mean, you can allow, it's always set up to winter over if need be.
If need be.
So we'll work something out with them. I mean, it won't be, they know their idea was because we didn't really want it ground up, but it wouldn't have held up anyway to the truck traffic. So we ground it. So they ground it because we were getting complaints it was dangerous and, the asphalt was coming apart because that section of the road was bad. So ultimately, I mean, there'll be some cost to us, but we will keep it to a minimum because they have to maintain it. They know they're on the hook for that. So the cost should be minimum to us, or will be minimum to us.
And what about at the lower section where they started paving? Did that get ground up, or is that whoop-de-whoop still in there?
It's still there.
That's still there.
Yeah.
And, I mean, do we have a plan for that yet? Or do we have to wait until we find somebody who wants to pave it on what they want to do with it?
Once they find somebody, then they'll have to come up with a solution.
Yeah.
So for right now, it's the one section of the road that does have a hard surface.
The only section.
Yeah,
Yeah.
as small as it is.
Yes.
Yeah. So just wanted to let you know before we send out letters.
Yeah.
Fun winter road.
Yeah, I mean, it's,
Makes us a good sled.
it was his schedule, his subcontractor that wasn't able to perform, those kinds of things are the risks that he takes.
Yes.
Right.
He's doing something that most contractors wouldn't do, so I give him a lot of credit. He's actually sending letters out explaining. Most contractors would say, hey, they're your citizens, county, you deal with it.
Yeah.
So he's actually saying,
In
and
this
giving.
case, he is one of the citizens.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And he's giving his number out.
Yeah.
So I guess the other question I have is do we still need to have it closed till the end? I mean,
We'll open it as soon as we're ready.
right. Are we done hauling that rock up there? and
We got
filling
another week.
up movement? Yeah, because it's gonna start raining here.
Yes.
Friday.
Friday, yeah. And then it's not gonna start.
We got things to do on Friday. and
Well, my
Saturday.
phone, which it's like, I've only seen a sun thing for forever. I actually saw the first, ooh, look, it's rain.
And it looks
To the
like,
west.
ooh, only
Yeah,
that.
now there's,
So we'll try to get it open before November 15th, but November 5th, it'll be open by now.
Okay. All right, moving on.
Okay. Design projects are all moving ahead for next year and the following years. Maintenance, our guys are still doing some work on a couple of the parking lots, and we're hoping, depending on the weather, to get hot mixed the last day of this month. So,
By the way, I found it really impressive, the guy in the grader spinning circles in this little tiny lot over here. I thought that was remarkable that you get that big old machine running in little bitty circles.
it is, it'd be nice to have a small grader sometimes, smaller grader. So they're working on that, and then they're doing grading and building shoulders on East Road up near the town of Bickleton, kind of getting ready for our paving project next year.
Did
Yeah.
Solar finish what they needed to do out there?
Yes, they did their work, and I think now we're just trying to keep it maintained, which is still a challenge. Facility side, so anyway, so the building. So I brought this forward because Jeff goes, here, have you seen this? Do you remember this? This is a brochure that we actually put together, I don't know, about 3.5 years ago. And before we were finished with design, finished with our estimate. So in the, let's see, the estimate is, yeah, the kind of the on one of the folds, it was 20 million. I think after that, we added all the rest of the site work, which wasn't included. So it went up to $22 million. And, maybe the more impressive thing is on the back page, the timeline. So, it's hard to keep projects on schedule of this magnitude. And there were a lot of moving pieces, finding space for people, creating space for people that we were demolishing their buildings and space. And then the building construction, moving people, disposing of all the old furniture and equipment that we had in the old buildings, demoing those buildings and creating the parking lots. And I think there'll just be a few small pieces of sidewalk and curb that will likely be next year. As far as cost, we're pretty close. We're really cutting it thin, and it's likely that to actually finish those sidewalk pieces, we might need some more money. And whether it's next year or the following year to do that, but that's, measured in the 0.00% of overrun. We've done really well. And so
Yes.
I just want to bring this up because I think, my staff have done a fantastic job of doing all these pieces that we've, from the facilities, buildings and grounds, the design group, the construction management group, and now our maintenance people that have done all these different pieces that really have helped save us money and keep us on schedule and under budget. So I think they all did a fantastic job, and I just wanted to say something.
That's good. I would just, given my construction background, they should. I mean, they deserve a huge attaboy or attagirl or attaperson, whatever the correct, I don't know. I'll go see KC afterwards. But for more training. But I think one thing that's really impressive to me is when you look at it, which again, this brochure was done
2018.
in 2018, and on this timeline, something happened in 2019, this March of 2020,
Right.
Crude construction.
just
for a year.
messed everything all up, and yet we still, and inflated costs and supply chain issues, where if you could pick a worse time to do a major capital project, we picked it.
Yeah.
And it was just the luck of the draw where we were already going when it all kind of fell apart. And that we actually got out the other end, and 2022 project finished. It is basically finished. It's substantially finished.
Yeah.
And it is 2022. And that when you're talking about the budget, again, with we set all that stuff starting in 2018, 2019, and to come out the other end, I don't know how we did it or you did it and folks did it, that we ended up with, you haven't been in here with supplementals, a couple, 3 times, that we're gonna get out the end, and maybe, perhaps, you'll need a few more dollars for some little pieces of sidewalk. That's extremely impressive, and I would ask anybody that's built anything beyond a chicken house in the last 3 or 4 years if they could make the same claim. So, yeah, and that didn't happen by accident. That was good management. You got good folks upstairs, and I hope you'll keep good folks upstairs.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
is
me too.
the work is not done as far as this project's done, but we have ongoing stuff that we will be working on
Always.
forever. So,
Yep.
Thank you.
I got a question for you. We decided to do this before the two of us were on here, so we didn't have a say to build this building. If you were to try to build this building right now, what do you think it would cost? How many millions?
I think we've seen upward of 40%
Yeah,
increase.
that's what we've
in
tagged
costs.
it.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, tack that on and,
So theoretically, if it didn't get signed and approved to do by the previous Board of Commissioners, it wouldn't get done by this Board of Commissioners at a 40%.
it'd have been a lot more, yeah, huge.
Yes.
Yeah.
It'd be huge.
Yeah,
For
I
the
think it would have
same
been
thing.
difficult to make the, justify, to make the numbers work with
Maybe
what we
repairing
were
the
gonna
other ones
save
might
versus,
work, you
yeah.
know. It would be a different scenario.
it would be.
No, I gotta go with what Commissioner Sauter said. You guys and your whole department up there deserve an attaboy and buy him a cake or something, some cupcakes, some cookies. No, I'm too cheap. Give him cookies.
I'll bring you a couple hams in December
Yeah.
during
Okay,
the.
All right.
Has the oven even been turned on upstairs?
Yes. Yeah.
Because the dishwasher still had the stuff, you know,
Well, it
the,
works.
welcome to, here's your new dishwasher. So,
It's connected. It
Okay,
works,
good.
Yeah,
Good.
yeah.
Blaming the ovens, is that what you're doing?
No, I'm just saying, I've always had to bring a plug-in.
A warming?
A warming thing.
Moving on.
That we didn't know what the
That we're
power
way
in the
over
jury
schedule
room,
tonight.
it was always kind of questionable. The
Poor
courtroom
Jeff's
was
gonna
go
have to
dark.
talk faster. so-
Good luck with that.
All right,
Yeah.
we'll move fast. I'll just move, most of the other things are, as they say, they are on the list, and so I won't go into them. There are three follow-up issues that I wanted to get into. So Pam handed out a sheet. So we have, I don't know, it's going on 3 years now. We hired a contract carpenter to see if we could do our projects that are on our capital and non-capital list on the facility side and even road projects in a more economical way than hiring contractors. Because we struggled to get people to bid on our jobs.
Yes.
And then when we did get bids, it was one contractor and it was whatever they bid.
Yeah.
And that was the only way to get work done. So we went back and looked at how much it would cost. We hired a carpenter and we've had them really working for us for, like I said, going on 3 years. And our success and savings have been large, and that allows us to do more with people that we have. So this is the latest project that we have had them working on. We just opened bids, which were higher for the parking lots. The work that we're having our carpenters do was around $145,000 based on those bids. And this is just typical of all the projects and estimates. We went over this during the budget a few weeks ago. But their estimate to do this, and they're on schedule to complete it, is $45,000 with materials for the concrete work that they're involved with. So big savings to the county. Pam handed out this sheet. So what we'd like to do is we'd like to make that permanent for the carpenter. We'd like to have them as an employee. Right now, they make an hourly wage. They bring their own tools and use their own equipment and truck. So we would like to have them as a permanent employee and hire them on as a senior engineering tech, which if you read we work with HR, and if you read their job description, it really kind of fits in. And before we had a carpenter, we would have our senior engineering techs do carpentry work for us in the off season. So, so for them not to be contract and pay for their mileage and vehicle on a mile basis, the savings per hour, if you look on the sheet, is $12.90. Of course, because we already have to pay some of the benefits because they've been here for a long time as a casual employee. So basically, their annual savings, if we hired them on at that position, would be around $30,000 a year. We'd also like to, our carpenter's helper, basically right now, we have somebody that has a lot higher skills than a basic carpenter's helper. And we would like to hire them as a more of a casual facilities and grounds person. So they're not a permanent employee. That would be as we need somebody to do these projects. They're the helper. There's no work, there's no helper, while the carpenter would continue on. And that would cost us a little more, about 15 grand a year. So our net savings to do this is we'd save about $14,000 a year to do this.
On that. But then, now we're buying the tools and the truck and the,
Yeah, so
Healthcare
there is a
benefits.
initial expense. We have quite a few tools at the shop at the fairgrounds. There would be more tools, and we'd probably take another vehicle like we have done that's fully depreciated out of the road, pass it down and set it up for this work. So
the other
it's,
concern I have is we're telling other departments not to hire on.
Well, the argument I'd make is we're not actually hiring them, we're just converting them.
Yes.
Would be, I mean, there is a distinction there. I mean, it is,
Depending on who you're talking to.
right, again.
And it's road funds, not general funds. There's a distinction there. But this would be general because you're.
It's
These
both.
are-
They're building
yeah,
both
It's all
grounds.
It'd all be
funds.
facilities funds, so it'd all be general funds.
Well, it's both. They do road, they do facilities, they do special stuff up at Sadus Pass. The big thing for us, we give them some sense of security because we all know how hard it is to find people.
Right.
And somebody gets a hold of these guys and they hire them away from us, we can get them back at $180 an hour. It's probably what we would pay to have them back, to contract back, if we could find them at all. And then these little projects we have for all these, I need something built, or I need this, we need this table adjusted. We don't have people to do that, so now we gotta try to find somebody to do it, and you won't, it just won't get done.
What do our senior engineering techs do during the off-season now? If they used to be carpenters during the off-season, what are they doing?
Well, some of them used to be carpenters, but when we went to the carpenter because they stay busy and they get no time off. So there aren't our inspectors. So if we have a heavy construction year, for instance, the guy that's up at Courtney, now we're at, they take a lot of time off because they have, they get comp time and everything else. So they have a lot of time to spend in the winter time. And they kind of understand that. And times have changed. Our inspectors are different than what they used to be. Years ago, people were like, okay, I want to work all this overtime, I'll make tons of money. Nowadays, people aren't like that. No offense to them, they want to work 40 hours. They'll do their time when they're inspecting because they know that. But they also want, on the other end, time with their family. So they're not as available as they have been in the past.
How does our carpenter now get paid? Does he get, occasionally he gets paid from the road funds for a road job, and he gets paid from facilities when he's doing a facility job, and you're just job costing his hours out?
yeah, his hours
Yes.
get charged against the projects that they're working on.
Yeah, his hours are all covered in the non-capital, the capital, road, and 307, 306.
Where would
Yeah.
they be
Where-
into this proposal?
Same thing. We're not asking him, he would still have projects. So all those projects that you see on the capital list, for instance, like replacing the roof at the beef barn, that would be these two guys.
So benefits for them are covered under road,
Yes,
so.
road covers.
So
the
that's
benefits.
part of this cost, to add benefits. That comes out of the road fund, doesn't go against the projects.
Can we do that if they're not it's not,
As long as we keep that amount of unrestricted dollars in road, there has to be that certain amount for us to do these other things, like this, or like the system administration or other things like that. So those unrestricted dollars allow us to be more flexible.
so next question, moving into the future, we're gonna be remodeling your guys' old building. We got the two offices over here. Now we have this building. Other than those big projects, Sadus Pass is gonna be done. Other than that, and the fairgrounds, is this, because right now it's casual. If we don't have work for me, it doesn't work. Full-time are we gonna have, and does it show on your capital and non-capital enough time to take that into a full-time position? That's kind of how you have to sell.
For the next 6 years.
Next 6 years,
Yeah,
yes.
if you approve the budget, and, I think we are in the same level of spending we currently are, yes. Yeah, those projects still need to get done, and those are the guys that would do it. And then all the other things that come up throughout the year that need to get done, these are the guys that do that.
Thoughts from my seatmates?
No, I mean, to me, there's benefits, but there's also concerns, and I think I need to chew on it.
Sir, I think they may have mentioned that the carpenter will now be a member of the union. All right.
Yeah.
The other one's not, but the helper is not going to go under the union, but the carpenter will be.
Whose idea was this? Was your guys' idea or the carpenter's idea?
It's our
It's our
idea.
idea.
He's actually taking a pay cut,
Yeah.
because we're paying him $35 an hour now.
But he's also getting benefits.
Yes, so it's,
And he
probably
does get some
he
benefits
gets some
already.
benefits now.
Yeah.
Not that, I mean, once you buy tools, you kind of have tools, so there's something to that.
I'm good with it. I think I think it makes fiscal sense. I have no concerns about unless we are going to drastically alter the 6-year, the capital. There's plenty of work. It's not like you're going to have to find something for him to do.
So I don't have, I mean, and that could happen. As we always say, every year is every budget is a guess, and there are no guarantees on anything.
Right.
Beyond, we don't know, there's a reason that's a 6-year plan, and I would be willing to bet, whether it's road or our capital plan, we don't get everything done in 6 years. It's on that we end up, when we go back and look at previous versions, we've made changes, things rise or fall and stuff. And so I don't have any issue with, I think for planning purposes, we've got plenty for him to do. If this is the most economical way to, those projects are on that list for a reason. These are not, I'd like to have we're maintaining our facilities, and unless we're gonna get rid of some facilities, I don't see that going away. So yeah, I'm okay with that, with the understanding that if, in the future, just like in any position, if circumstances change, there's no guarantees.
Well, but once it's part of the union,
No, there's reduction in force. It's happened. I've heard it's happened before.
There's a process.
If I'm
There's a
being
process,
honest,
yeah.
I haven't actually eliminated, I don't think we've ever cut a union position since I've been here. So, but I know it's possible it does happen.
Yeah.
so I guess the other question is this was your idea, this wasn't the carpenter's idea.
Correct.
Correct.
And it says here, the hourly rate with benefits is $12 an hour less.
Yes.
Yes.
How does he feel about this?
He's okay with it because he's getting a little older, and he wants the insurance package
And the retirement.
and the retirement. Yeah, that's a big plus. For him.
Oh,
Yeah, he
it does-
already
yeah,
has
we
to.
already pay that.
We
yeah.
already pay that, so he gets the
Been here
insurance
long enough,
package. The health, the dental.
So the hourly rate with benefits, that is not inclusive of the health because that's coming out of the other, right?
That's inclusive of the health.
This would include the health.
That is including the health. Thoughts?
I have come to the conclusion that I don't like to make decisions immediately. I like to chew on things for a week because I think of
That's fine.
other issues 2 days later, and then I'm like, whoops. And so I've made decisions here that 2 days later I've said, whoops, and wish I had went the other direction, so I would rather chew on it for a week and give my answer next week.
Seems fair.
I think that's fair, and we'll chew on this, and I'm sure I'll come up with questions, but thank you for bringing it to
Be
us.
prepared, I might have a few questions next week, so.
No problem.
$3,000 is the miles that we were paying for, and I didn't write that down there.
Okay.
That's what that
I was wondering.
okay.
the
Yeah.
mileage that we paid for to you.
It'll still cost us money. Still gotta pay for the fuel.
Yep.
Okay, follow up on the 6-year. We'll do quickly the highlights. I gave you a map on Sleepy Hollow Road because that was the new road that we wanted. These are the traffic counts, as you can see in here. So you'll see they were done in 17, so there really is not much increase in traffic.
Yeah.
And what everybody calls kind of the primitive piece is the one on milepost 227, which is the dirt section, which in 2020, we had 7 vehicles. So it is not. And
This is daily,
This is daily,
not
82.
only in 20.
No.
There were
the-
7 vehicles. the whole year.
One snapshot.
Yeah,
one
I was
day.
one of those.
Yeah, there you go. So,
And that was at the time of the year when you could actually get through it.
yes,
Or
yeah,
you
because
shouldn't have.
we have to get back there. So, I mean, and I was again, a little bit, I lied, it's not a local road, it's actually a collector. We changed the classification to allow for granting before Gordy and I got here, but then there was such an uproar from the community in 2005 or 6 or whatever, I don't remember what year, they did not want it built. County went to the task of going to get they changed the classification. They were gonna build this as a collector with using RAP dollars. And the local residents absolutely refused.
When was this? What year?
05, 06.
06.
Yes.
It was like the Oak Ridge thing, but I heard
Right.
even worse.
Because I have some recollection of there was, and again, that was right before my time, that the idea was, as the county looked at routes, the argument was, we have a east-west route, we have the, down on the river.
Yes.
And we have the northern, Trout Lake to Glenwood to go.
Right.
But the center, there's this would be the logical
Yes.
place where it was. And I think the county was pursuing that. And then it was the Oak Ridge Road thing. Where
Yes.
we don't want it improved. We like it primitive. Don't do it. And so.
Right.
So you haven't heard from those people yet?
Yeah,
No.
you haven't heard. That constituents is still out there.
Yeah.
So you haven't heard you've heard from the people that have now moved there and,
Right,
and
and
want
want
it.
that.
And so I did also, real quick, did you nest, we looked at fixing the ditch. And we can do that because we have materials in Lyle from our other project. So it's about a $30,000 cost. Now, that wouldn't be a cost, that would be done by maintenance. We wouldn't be coming to you guys and saying we need $30,000 extra. I mean, 13,000 of that's labor, which we pay the guys, anyway. So, I mean, it's something we could do if you want it done, but what that is it's jaw run, which is bigger rock, capped with base course.
Oh, Horsehead minus with.
With base course
above
over
it.
the top of it, yes.
Only in that.
Only in that it's about 300 yards worth.
That's really bad, yeah.
Yeah, that's really bad where the road is, where it's basically the ditch. It would bring the road up to where it's not.
Above the water.
Yes.
And where's that spot on the map?
I would guess it's just I'd say it's on just east of this red dot. Would be my guess, looking at this, so right about there. Is that accurate? Do
Yes,
you think
that's right in that.
Because I know I went down and turned around and came back. And because I thought about, do I really want to go back or do I want to go the other way? But I was heading to Goldendale, so that was.
Gotta go.
You gotta go that way,
Yeah.
so I went
Yeah,
back.
I've driven this way and I've driven that, just not.
Not
that
that,
middle section.
yeah, it's.
Yeah.
Eventually turn around this way and I eventually
Yeah.
turn around.
Well, I didn't give up. I made it through.
Yeah, do it, if you're gonna do it before Friday.
Yeah, don't do it on Friday. But yeah, that's, we can do that if you want. We can, probably should. because
And
it
how many
is.
houses live beyond that?
There's one.
That's the connection through.
Yeah.
Which only, again,
Yeah.
only had 7 daily trips.
Yeah, they don't get a lot of trips through there. Now, it sounds like because of the way the school buses run, though, that people are moving across there now, because that's what I heard from the people when they.
Yeah,
were
it's
here.
funny that it's different where like in Appleton, it's just so different that the districts are almost competing for, I mean, I don't know if they are, but it's like Klickitat sends a bus up to pick up kids.
In Appleton.
Lyle in
Yes.
Appleton. And then I mean, people are moving their kids all over the place now.
Yes.
A generation ago, you couldn't. I mean,
Right.
it was, you went to the school that you lived in
You had
and,
to apply for a transfer and.
Uh-huh.
right, it was a big deal. And now you can go wherever. And so I know some folks that are doing that they're over
Mhm.
here and their kids are going to Klickitat, which
Mhm.
they're picking up the bus
Yes.
over there.
So-
Hey, we just never
So
got
the
bus- I
people
did
who
that,
were
but we never got
commenting-
bus service.
Oh,
One person lives out in Hinterlands here.
Yes.
There were a
That's-
bunch of people commenting though. Were they
I think
talking
they're
about
the
the
west
road
end.
over
West
here?
they're on the
West
west
end.
end.
Yeah.
They're on the west end, and so they're commenting from this area they want rocked over here.
They want, because my understanding, and I don't know it as well as maybe even Dave does, Lyle School, some of them want to go to Lyle School District or Klickitat, and the bus picks up somewhere on the east side of that.
Right.
There's
So
a,
they're driving the whole thing in order to get the kids to school.
yes, that's my understanding of what they said.
Yes. Some of them are going across, some of them are driving down Lyle Snowden down that way, which is not a bad,
No,
No, yeah.
no,
good
that's
road.
which
the-
again, that used to be, like, that was like if well, I won't tell that story, but anyway, you wanted to scare somebody, you took them out there.
Yeah.
I'm fine with fixing the ditch, too much more than that.
Yeah.
I think we
Yeah.
get into whole other messes.
I mean, you're looking at it just cost and being cleared. It's $30,000 to fix the ditch for 7 cars a day. And that's only during a portion of the year, because you guys don't plow that in the wintertime, do you?
I think they probably eventually get over everything.
They eventually try to get over everything.
Yeah.
It takes a while.
They plow Sleepy
West
Hollow all
Side
the way
plows
through?
everything.
Yeah,
Oh, I didn't know that.
eventually.
And what is its current designation?
Collector. Because that's a
That's-
legacy from when they
Right.
applied for grants.
Yes,
Right.
it
It
was.
tells us to fill the ditch.
They'll fix the ditch even.
Which,
If it was
I mean,
primitive, then.
Yeah, it's
all
pretty
Right.
different.
yeah, no, I don't have a problem fixing the ditch either. I just, $30,000.
Beyond that, you're gonna have to.
fix the ditch.
Well, I agree. You know,
Okay.
but again, you guys are, you know,
We can carry some of this over if they want.
it is
Yeah,
nasty, but it is a fire exit.
It is.
yeah.
Emergency transportation.
And the
for the
4x4 club is gonna hate you for fixing the darn ditch.
So they're gonna
course.
send it
Yeah.
out again.
They'll, yeah.
So if you want, we can hold the rest
Rest
of
of the
this over
6-year
till
stuff
next,
till next week,
if you want.
or we can whip through it. It's up to you guys.
Let's hold it over so Jeff has some time, since he's been sitting back there. Well,
Well, he could answer some of the 6-year questions.
That's right.
You got my update. Whatever you need to do. You guys good with holding it over, or you want?
Doesn't matter to us. We
Yeah,
do it either
nothing's
way.
time sensitive that's left.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's talk about it next week.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thinking you're gonna get out of here, Jeff. There ain't a whole lot of pleasure up here.
Yeah.
Thank you, gentlemen, and have a great day. Enjoy the weather, get outside. Good morning, sir.
So you've got my written update from last Thursday. There are just a few changes, so I did not make extra copies unless you wanted them. I'll get right into it. Yeah, I'm happy to report that the public safety radio system is once again performing and functioning normally at this time. Not to say that we haven't had issues in between my visits here in the last 5 weeks. Still looking into flat top security fence and shelter exterior. Trying to work with Mr. Hunter on how we can get that taken care of in a more cost-effective way. If they can help, or if we need to go outside the contract for both of those issues. Following up on all the other issues from the Tier 1 and Tier 3 preventative maintenance reports for this last year. There's a whole list of things that you can see that we've either completed, fixed, resolved in some way. Still looking into some anomalies that we're troubleshooting with the link between Kaiser site for the microwave. They're supposed to be investigating that last week. I haven't seen a report on their progress so far. The radio site agreement with Flat Top with DNR for the Flat Top land lease is now fully executed. We received that back from the state late last week. And at that same time, I'm taking the opportunity to start the conversation with the folks that I negotiated the contract with and others for some sort of road access control to potentially help with our fence damage, and then also wildfire hazards related to trees and brush that are so close to the shelter and the tower at that site. For whatever reason, probably for a cost factor, that the clearing that was made for that site is right at the fence line, especially on the east side. So if we do have a forest fire in that area, we will lose that site, I have no doubt. It is a synthetic monopole at that location. So if those trees, it'll melt over like a candlestick. I am sure that the answer I'll get back from the DNR is if you go through all these processes, we can thin things out and give you more wildfire buffer, because they know better than anybody what wildfire risks are, and for a public safety radio site, that's not acceptable. And then, oh, by the way, you get to pay for it and pay us for the trees probably, or some such thing. So I will let you know how that goes. All other lease agreements work is still pending. The PUD, I think I mentioned it just in passing last time I was here, or sometime in between, that the PUD is asked for further co-location at sites, which is in our contract with them to allow that, but that is a pending request. They've not made a formal request yet. So that'll be a project in the future. Any questions on the radio system? Radio project next. Same status basically. Did see from the consultant the tower specifications and partial bid package like late on Friday. So still reviewing that, see where we go, and working with Public Works and then our other vendor for Tier 1 maintenance, working with us for the public safety and commercial microwave system at that site. 911 dispatch and public safety radio. Dispatching. The call volume reports weren't available. Phil is still covering shifts, so I try my very best on those days that he does get off not to hassle him for part of it, so he gets a full day off once in a while. The staff still remains critical. However, the good news is we have now seeing the schedule and in the training program that one of our trainees should be released on October 22nd in the final stages of her training and shadow phase. And then our one current communications officers returned from FMLA on October 23rd.
You still have two others in training?
Yes, we do. So October 22nd, 23rd, then we bring 2 people back into the schedule full-time as full partners, which will be a bit of a relief. And then we have another trainee on track to come out sometime in the next 2 to 3 weeks, and another trainee yet to be determined. We're continuing to advertise because no matter what happens, we'll still be down at least 1 or 2 full-time positions. On the operations and training side, Spillman CAD server updates are now scheduled for November 3rd, based on Phil's schedule to project manage and facilitate that update, or those updates, I should say. The 911 phone system with Zetron is pending some updates, and we're waiting for Phil to have more time on that. And the text to 911 project is still pending. Security audits with state access is ongoing. And we're now working with county IT on a project for additional dispatch console monitors. As we talked about before, a gentleman asked me months ago about how the security cameras in this facility access was to that. And at that, well, to this date, we still have not gotten access to those in dispatch. And to do so, we'll need more monitored capacity. That will also provide the capacity that we've needed for quite some time now to monitor the school camera systems that we've been given access to, as well as all the other data that we now watch on only 3 monitors.
So, trying to carefully word this question. So right now, currently, you can't monitor the cameras in this building, or you have to switch to a separate thing if there's an issue to be able to monitor the cameras in this building?
We have no access. As far as I know, only IT or buildings or public works have access to this camera system. I know for a fact that myself and the sheriff's office have no access to this camera system. And that's pending.
Either one of my seatmates?
That was what you relayed to me, like I said, months ago, and I've been working with IT to get the additional monitors that we would need to be able to log into those and still do. That is correct. With our new IT manager, yes. We need to get those other 3 monitors in place. And right now, this is only going to be at 2 of the 4 stations until next year.
I say as long as it's something, or at least, hey, I need to go look at that because of some kind of emergency situation, you have to have access. It's just, that's a no-brainer.
Yep, we're, like I said, working with the new IT manager to get that access and what that has to be. This system is different than the courthouse security system that we have access to now. It's actually up on a big screen, a little smaller than this one, so that everybody in the dispatch center can watch it at the same time. What I have requested from IT, well, best case scenario would be our ability to switch between the courthouse and this facility on the big screen for a complete situational awareness, as well as to be able to log into it at each position on their own monitor, so they could have it right in their face, whoever was doing the tactical dispatching if there was an event at either one of these places.
They're all IP cameras, right?
That's correct.
So you just need to log in credentials and information, and you can log in
I'm told it's
from-
not that simple, but yes.
Oh, it's
that would
not?
be. Because with the courthouse cameras, and there's licensing, you know, how many people can be logged in, or how many PCs basically, and all those things, so.
And I would imagine
Counting on them.
just setting up what cameras visible where, just with knowledge of the jail just going through this, is a giant cluster. So I'm assuming the same cluster is gonna happen there.
And it's a matter of, you know, finances, that, like I said, how many PCs can have access and so on and so forth. So we're trying to do that in the most efficient and cost-effective way. But like I said, my request has been, give us the ability so that myself or anybody supervising during an event like that can see on the big screen.
Somebody can see something.
And then the individual communications officer could also have it right in front of them and have a close-up, and we can be looking at different views. Because on the big screen, we keep as many cameras as we can fit on the screen at one time for the courthouse at this point, all on the screen all the time. So those are up there to be watched. But when we need to watch cameras as somebody moves around the facility or inside the facility, and you can select one camera at a time to see full screen, that's most effective if it's done at the workstation by the individual that needs that. So yeah, next year, the plan is, and right now we're getting the mounts for all 4 stations, but next year IT has it in their budget to get the additional 3 monitors for the 2 other stations. So all 4 by sometime, at least by the middle of next year. New mental health crisis services, I haven't been able to be in those meetings for a couple of weeks, but on our side of what's going on, all the reports I'm getting from the comms officers is that everything is working as it should, still going smoothly, much, much better than it ever did in the past, especially in the last several years. So that is very encouraging. The users agreements have the 2 cities come up for renewal, Goldendale at the end of this year, and then White Salmon in the end of February next year. I have already done my first review. Phil's done his as to any changes that we want to negotiate in those agreements. They've been long-standing, but at this point, we're finding that we are, because of workload issues and staffing, we're finding it necessary not to just allow them, and the language wasn't crafted tightly enough, in our opinion, in the past, although there was an understanding that we wouldn't just take all of their office phone calls when they decide not to be in the office. They just forward everything to us, specifically Goldendale PD. So we take all of their administrative calls, not just calls for law enforcement, fire, and EMS service. So we're going to tighten up that language and tell them that they have to have their own answering system, phone trees, whatever else it is, and then dispatch would be the last option in there that someone would have access to. Or it would simply start with, if you have an emergency, call 911. Otherwise, press this button for all these departments. And we don't deal with your admin calls. Only calls for service. After hours, holidays, when their staff are in meetings and so on. So right now, they just roll everything over to us. That's not acceptable. So I'll be negotiating that. And anything else that the board wants to direct me to negotiate in those contracts. Next year's annual agreement for the city of Goldendale is at $42,000 and change. That increases every year by 3%. White Salmon will be paying next year $34,778 with the same annual increase. Any other questions? Any of that?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay. Not on your agenda is the Fund 107 cash balance. No resolution to date. The Finance Committee meeting for Friday was canceled, as you probably know. At this point in time, we still have not received the reimbursement from State 911. So we're holding our breath. We're still holding the roughly $21,000 in AP that we've been holding for in excess of 2 months at this point. And also we're watching very closely because if And not to concern anyone, we will always pay our bills, payroll included. But if the payroll coming up that hits the account on the 25th, if we don't have that state reimbursement, then we'll be right on the bubble for the cash in that fund. And like I said, if it goes in the red, then the auditors will pay attention. At this point in time, we're estimating that there'll be somewhere plus or minus $2,000 if that AP goes through and the reimbursement hasn't come in. So
Do we have any estimate on the reimbursement on when it's supposed to come out?
any day, yeah. The state 911 office can't tell us exactly. It has already been submitted by them to their finance, and they're
Check is in the mail.
putting it through the process. And thankfully, it's an electronic deposit, so as soon as it is made, then it is
Appears.
valid, yes.
It appears here, but then he still needs to do something. The treasurer still needs to.
Right,
do
isn't it
Yeah,
the
we-
transit account or?
Right.
Yes, we get notification that it's been deposited, and everything I've been told now by the treasurer, the auditor, and the finance manager is that once the state makes that electronic transfer, then that counts, no matter how long the treasurer takes to do that ascend transfer process. So that's the information I learned in the last 2 weeks. Of at least, makes me feel better about getting a state audit finding based on a negative cash balance. That would be something that would not come to play there. Any other questions about 911 dispatch? Emergency management program. You've got a long list of wildfires that, and no offense to anybody, but don't rise or haven't risen to the level of a significant wildfire. So we're very fortunate in that. We've had, I think for the whole season, I think 20 acres or so has been, our high point. There was approximately 10 acres on Highway 14 out of mile marker 106 back in late September. As we move through, most of these are under the 5-acre mark. 3 since I submitted this report on the 14th. There was one at 990 Snowden Road. It was a vehicle fire that then spread to the trees and was contained within less than an acre, I believe. And another one on that same day at 54 Guy Crow Lane in Snowden area, which was a burn pile that got out of control, but however did not spread very far. And then on the 15th, which is this last Saturday, Highway 14, mile marker 150, in the Alderdale area, they had a fire along the railroad tracks between the 14 and maybe it was between the railroad tracks and the river, but it was about a 100-foot stretch along the railroad tracks. Could have been started by a train or some grinding activity, because they do rail grinding this time of year extensively. So those are the 3 new ones that weren't on your list. The burn ban extensions went into place, as well as Zone 3 was established again. All the feedback that we've gotten has been positive. I've not gotten one negative comment. I've asked the comms officers, because sometimes people will call directly into dispatch and instead of calling our office numbers. I've not received one negative comment about reinstituting the Zone 3. There's been.
I haven't either. You guys?
No, nothing, only positive.
I did get contacted, people asking, I know you reinstituted it till the end of the month, but it looks like we're gonna start raining this weekend and keep raining or Friday, and it doesn't look like it's gonna stop. Where, are you gonna keep the burn ban till the end of the month, even though it's getting wet and potentially really wet? And then the other question is, I know Matt Adams, Resource Stewards, contacted me about potentially doing a controlled burn. They do those all the time with Yakima Nation and DNR and I think the Forest Service. And, the question was, they want to do that right before it rains, get that controlled burn through there. Can they do that with the burn ban in place?
So Mount Adams Stewart would not have any standing, but the other agencies you listed, the National Scenic Area Fire, they do it on coordinated road almost.
Right.
Their own stuff whenever
Yeah,
they want it.
every year on their own land, DNR and so on. So yes, prescribed burning can be conducted by those state and federal agencies. Yes.
But they have to do it on their property, correct? Because I think this is on Mars property down there by the, somewhere down there.
I've got no precedent for that, no. And those are all things that, I intend to address with the burn ban code. Like you said, when can we release it, so on and so forth, what time lags will there be? Because, you gentlemen can do anything by resolution, and that's just a matter of getting on your agenda and, having you vote on that and so on. I'll be proposing some other ways of instituting burn bans and releasing burn bans that don't have that extensive time lag between when everybody agrees that it's time to institute it, right, in the beginning of the season, and that we've got enough wetting rain. Because, again, no offense to anyone, but the forecasters aren't that accurate. And right now, 50% chance of rain, 80% I think on Friday night is what the National Weather Service is saying, but they're still not saying how much.
Well, and that
to
could
a
be very spotty. So
degree
it
of
could be
certainty,
Rain
yeah.
here and not rain 2 miles away.
Showers, yes.
So-
And so, yeah, it's important when we're gonna do these things, if we're gonna do them when the conditions on the ground are right, instead of, wait, right? If it starts raining this weekend, great. But to get a truly wetting rain, do we need to have 2 or 3 more rain events? And for the entire zone, like you say, the difference between Trout Lake and Bingen, so on, becomes even more of a factor in zone 2, where you have the Simcoes, the Klickitat Valley, and then you have along the Columbia River. There's a 20-degree temperature difference between the Simcoes and Maryhill most of the time. There's 10 degrees between my house, just outside Goldendale, and Maryhill. They're always either warmer or colder than we are, depending. And so we have to take all those things into consideration. And yeah, I hope to make the new code more relevant to all of those things. And I know that in zone 3, I didn't list them here because they weren't out of control, but we have had people doing fire pits, campfires, recreational burning, as some organizations are now calling it, and making that distinction between a recreational burn, so fire pit in your backyard or campground fire, versus your slash pile or yard debris pile, whatever that terminology becomes. If we can make those distinctions, maybe we have different levels of burn bans. Because I think, and what I tried to do when I first put forth the zone system was make it actually relevant and meaningful for our citizens. Because the frustration of the burn ban goes on too late, it's already unsafe to burn, and the people that don't realize that, can cause serious damage. And then just waiting until, snow's almost flying, or an arbitrary date that it ends and it's still not appropriate to burn. I would love it if we didn't have to have a burn ban at all. If everybody was just, how do I put this? Aware enough and educated enough about the circumstances to not burn when it wasn't safe to burn. Unfortunately, we can't count on that. So, but those are my thoughts on those. Did I answer all those questions? Okay. Things for me to work on in the next few months, and and I will get you a burn ban code draft. I want to put that together for myself and make the first round out to the fire chiefs. And then bring it back to you to see what your input is after the fire chiefs have had their first look at it. I'm sure at the fire chiefs level, there will be plenty of debate. But at a certain point, we're gonna have to decide what's right for the county and not each of the 15 fire districts. Training and exercises under the emergency management program. You can see those listed there. There's no changes. I will note that at the SUAS kickoff meeting and training, we had 11 people in attendance. We have, I believe, 18 people total signed up as being interested in that team. And we're working to schedule the first round of training next month, provided by the vendor, so we can get that program off the ground and get some qualified pilots available for call outs. We've had a few instances just in the last couple of weeks. Apologize, radio system alarms going off. The one thing that can get through even my silence mode. So that it would have been a good thing to have a UAV on a few incidents that we had in the last 3 months. So already looking forward to the positive impact that can have and getting the buy-in from firefighters. I have several firefighters that want to be on the team, as well as search and rescue members. You can see listed next is the EM program grants. Any questions on those? It's extensive. I won't go into all that if you don't need me to. Still moving forward on the public outreach and education with the disaster preparedness pamphlets. They're going out this week and next week. That grant that we funded all that under expires the end of this month, so everybody should have them in their mailbox. They're going out to all postal patrons in the county. And we are working diligently to keep our website and our social media updated with not only emergency messages, but also seasonal messages for preparedness and things for the public to think about. And then on the Bingen Point, still waiting for BNSF to reply to that white paper that was submitted. Anything else?
Good.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. Anything you gentlemen have for the good of the order before we head to lunch?
I'm gonna pass out some papers for you to play with for a while, and then we'll talk about it later.
Thank you. Thank you, Director King. Have a great day. All right. If there's nothing else, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to recess the public meeting for the morning and be back at 1 o'clock.
I would second the motion.
Motion and a second to recess. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Thank you all. We'll see you all soon. Good afternoon. We are going to call the regular business meeting of the Klickitat County Board of County Commissioners to order. Let the record show all 3 commissioners are present. We will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the business agenda as presented.
I'll second the motion.
There's a motion and a second to approve the business agenda. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the commissioner meeting minutes for September 27th, 2022 and October 11th, 2022 as presented.
I'll second the motion.
There's a motion and a second to approve the minutes. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Next, we will move into citizen comment. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per individual. As always, after everyone has had a chance to speak, the commissioners will respond if they so choose. We begin, as always, in the room, if there's anyone. Ms. Magnuson.
Are those lights green, ma'am?
Yep.
Perfect.
Candy Magnuson. I'm going to ask all three of you if you've ever read a solar lease that these people have to sign. That's my question to all three of you. That the people that are signing up for the solar companies, if you've ever read it.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Magnuson. Next, we will go online. Is there anybody who'd like to provide public comment? *6, raise your hand, turn your video on, unmute yourself. Okay. Well, when you change your mind, let us know.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
You may.
Quick answer to your question. I do have a copy of Invenergy's solar lease proposal from September 20th of 2018 that was provided to us a year or so back from CEAS, but it is just a proposal, not the actual legal contract. No, I have not read an actual legal contract.
If you guys want a copy, I got one.
I would be curious.
Okay. 26 pages.
And I would imagine each one is potentially different if each landowner wanted a different add-on in there.
I know, but, you know, it's pretty standard, I think.
Right, I figured it's probably
Well covered.
it's right, it's 26 pages of well covered, and then if the landowner's like, has a specific, they might add it in.
The only thing I'd worry is I always understood that most of those leases between landowners are very hush and secret, and they sign non-disclosures. And so the thing I would worry about is if you handed it to the commissioners, it would become a public document,
Not from me.
but it could get the landowner into hot water legally. So that's the only thing I would be concerned with.
I got it from the landowner, did not sign it.
Oh, so it was a proposal like this?
Well, it was, yes, but this is just a one-page, hey, we're interested in your land, do you have any interest?
Oh,
She's got the 26 page, the landowner was interested, the landowner just backed out at the last minute and didn't sign.
got it.
Okay.
Well, then I don't know.
I
if it
took
would-
the names off.
Yeah, I would encourage you to check with the landowner that you got it from and make sure they're okay with it coming up here.
They are, they
Okay.
are.
So, yeah. Like I say, I'd be interested, I just don't want to get anybody in trouble, you know, so.
Okay, is there anyone else who would like to provide public comment online or in the room?
Susan has her hand up.
Like, oh. It looks like her hand's in her bag, but
That's just quiet, we need some public comment, so, you know, I'll put you on
start
the
calling
spot.
on people.
I'll just start pointing them out.
That's one way to drive us away.
Yeah.
Well, I apologize then. It's all in good fun.
It is.
Is there anyone who would like to provide public comment? *6, unmute yourself. Jerry, are you there? Ow. Always feared this day when we wouldn't have a full 25 minutes.
Had a few of these.
Have we? So few and far in between.
Actually, I do have a question.
Well, come on forward.
Not formally, but informally, how's that? So it's like a disclaimer to. I just heard something, this is Susan from Goldendale. And I just heard, sounds like a rumor, but I know within your budget process, it seems like you're working on mental health, getting a mental health department budgeted, is that correct? Okay, so someone told me that it should be operational by November. That's my question.
There was a question?
She was
Will
what-
it be
confirm the
operational?
November.
Operational by
Oh.
November.
Maybe if we have time, a little update for, I mean, nobody's screaming that they want time, so if you want to give her a 4-minute update on what we got going on.
Caveating operational, what the
Yeah.
definition of operational is.
Right.
What's that?
We-
Oh, yeah, define
what-
operational.
yes.
Now you're just asking me for.
We are still have one thing left, and that's waiting for the state to authorize us as a behavioral health agency. And so our goal is to be operational in November. We've currently advertised for the designated crisis responder positions. We actually have multiple applicants, which is hoorah. We have not advertised for, I'm looking to Rob, the SUD, the substance use position, have we?
I don't think so.
We haven't advertised, but we've got the job descriptions and everything together. And so the idea is that we will continue using Crisis Connections, Lifeline, for the first triage, like when you call the first person you talk to, until the end of the year, and while we build up the program. And then by the end of the year, then they should likely roll out, and then we'll have full-time staff that can take those crisis phone calls and then also provide the designated crisis responder services. So it's absolutely amazing. The staff, our department heads, our elected heads, I mean, it's like building a business, a brand new business, and doing that in the government sector is really difficult. And everyone came together and has done an amazing, amazing job.
So, and for a piece of history for that, the reason we are doing that is because comprehensive mental health used to have crisis responders in our county, and they have so chosen not to do so anymore.
That was state, right?
That is comprehensive. The state would give money to Beacon Health. Beacon would give it to Comprehensive Mental Health, who's their own nonprofit type of thing. So when they decided they weren't going to do it anymore, we have nobody that can answer a phone call, or help law enforcement or jails or hospitals or anybody else. So with the absence of any private company willing to step forward, we decided it would behoove us to do it on a county level. Currently, all funding for this project is coming again through state funds, through Beacon, and then to us. So there are no county dollars in this program so far.
Thank you, Commissioner. Is there anyone else who would like to provide public comment? Raise your hand, unmute your phone, *6, turn your video on.
Be hooked to the lights.
Just the microphones must be hooked to the lights because they go out all the time too, so maybe that might be going out.
The light goes out?
Well, we sit in here and the lights go out on us.
Oh, yeah,
I
they
was in
turn
here
off.
reading contract earlier, and she's like, "You need to turn the lights on." I'm like, "No, I'm fine." I'm like, "Wait a minute, no, I need to turn the lights on." So I started squinting to try to read, and so then we had a discussion about the lights automatically turning off and on.
Electronics.
Darn smart buildings that are too smart. Is there anyone else who would like to provide public comment?
One online, I guess I'll
Come forward.
let everyone else go first. All right, and I'm here for me, myself, and I. I'm not speaking for anyone else. I have battled myself for weeks, but decided I needed to step up and speak my mind. I am here as a fourth-generation citizen of Klickitat County and a 20-year employee of the county. I have listened most Tuesdays recently with dismay, answered numerous time-consuming phone calls and emails. We've been ridiculed, yelled at, and treated in such a manner that it's evident there is no such thing as common courtesy any longer, especially if you are a county employee. Out of my 20 years here, the last few have by far been the most brutal, but not at the hands of my employer. It feels like we can't win, but we're guaranteed to lose every time. Why? Because we have a different point of view or cannot enforce something that hasn't been adopted? Or is it because we're convenient to take the brunt of things we cannot control? We listen to how corrupt we are, we're accused of multiple offenses, and that we don't care. A job I have truly enjoyed and am passionate about has become borderline unbearable more often than not. It's difficult to want to come to work every day wondering how much abuse the day will bring. If we spoke to members of the public in the same manner they repeatedly speak to all of us, the public would be incensed and all of us would be fired. Yet I and the rest of the employees that I work with are expected to take it, maintain our politeness, and smile. By speaking today, I don't expect much to change, but I am hopeful that perhaps certain members of the public will pause just for a minute and think before speaking. Would you like to be talked to like that? Would you want to be treated the same way you are treating others? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Almost deserves a standing ovation. Thank you, Aaron.
You crying?
Almost made my second mistake, sir.
Well, don't cry. I'm not gonna make me cry. Is there anyone else who would like to provide public comment? Is there anyone else who would like to provide public comment? Please. Watch out for waterworks over here.
So I did take my break to come down here, so I'm not on the clock, because I'm speaking personally, not from, I'm doing my best not to say anything from work standpoint. I would like the general public out there hearing what feels like constant harassment coming in daily on our emails. Personally, I cannot speak for anyone else. No matter what we say, no matter what we provide, it's never good enough. It leads to another document that we have to provide. Again, it's keeping me from being my fullest potential at my job. It is keeping multiple people from being able to be themselves, to relax, to embrace their job. And no matter what we say, no matter what they do, they keep saying, we want you to hear us, but they refuse to hear us. And I think it's time that the public, I've been listening to this, listening to the board meetings, seeing the way that things come in, the way they go out. We try to be as respectful as we can. As a person, I cannot speak for anyone else. It is taxing. We are moms, we are fathers, we are family members, we are community members. We have long-lasting families in this place, that in this county, in the county, that our ancestors continued to grow that brought the new people in because they enjoyed it. It's all our families. We are people, we are human. To hear things getting bashed, to continually break us down, to keep us from being able to give our full, for me, to give my full potential to my job at my desk. It's hard, and I think the public needs to hear that. I have a cordial relationship with some of them that are knowledge seekers in their own way. But I don't feel like that they have the same respect for me if they want to look at constant emails as being my job security. My job security is doing the best I can for the other 99% of the public and giving them the best of me. And so I'm doing everything I can to speak just for me. But I think the rest of the public out there that's listening need to hear that it is taking a toll. You want to worry about budgets and about our healthcare. What does healthcare do when people are getting mentally and physically broke down? You're going to miss valuable employees. You're going to have higher insurance costs. You're going to have a lot of things going on. So if the public really wants to have high quality employees that are going to do their best for them, let's protect them and stick to the things that matter. Sorry, thank you. I'm going to go clock back in so I can be back.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to provide public comment? In the room or online? Is there anyone else who would like to provide public comment? Last chance. Is there anyone else who would like to provide public comment? 0088.
Yes, Delmer Eldred, Goldendale. And, you know, the thing is that do you commissioners actually believe that the best thing for Klickitat County is to be covered with thousands of acres of black glass, and that everywhere that these companies have gone, where they've marketed that there's going to be a big tax increase, has not become a reality? But I mean, I don't know, you know, because especially Christopher's condescending, down talking everybody, and rather than really look at verifiable comments and stuff that people have had to deal with these large solar complexes coming into their area and then not living up to the standards. And I mean, the lawsuits that's against Avangrid, Nextra, Arbola, and all that, you know, you can ignore those if you want. But the thing is that you have to ask yourself, am I really doing the best thing for Klickitat County by not putting in restriction and ordinances on the type of development that is beneficial and saves the integrity of the county? Or am I just doing it to help these big investors out? Because that's exactly what it looks like. And, you know, it gives all the appearance that there has to be a benefit that you guys must be consuming, because there is no real reason why you're not more active in trying to protect this county and make it more, you know, economically benefit than what the little bit that we're going to get out of these renewable energy sites. Over, if we got to expand, if we got to have development, let's have the right kind of development that improves the county, not ones that degrade the county. And I just think that you guys are either lazy, or, you know, you have another reason for not participating and taking an interest in improving the county rather than destroying acres and acres and acres of property here. But anyway, that's my comment.
Thank you, Mr. Eldred. Is there anyone else who would like to provide public comment? This is your last chance. I know we had somebody new show up, so. Okay. Would either of my seatmates like to respond to any of the comment?
I can go or you
Go
can go. Yes, I will. First off, Miss Magnuson, no, I have not actually seen and I would be interested in seeing one just for my own edification, I guess.
You don't have to put it in the paper.
No, I'm not going to. But if you give it to me, it is a public record then.
I'll have it signed.
Yeah, that's, Ms. Ward, you vocalized much, if not all, of, I think, lots of people's feelings, both that are employees, that are elected officials, that there has been a change in the culture, apparently, where the way that people are feel entitled to conduct business has fundamentally changed. And our system is built on kind of the old ways of doing things that we tell our employees. We were all taught that when somebody comes in the door, we do everything we possibly can, we're polite. We hold ourselves to a higher standard, even though it's we are taking abuse. Unfortunately, I think we're going to have to adapt our responses too, and I think that is kind of what I'm hearing. It's unfortunate because for the 99.99% of the population out there, they're the ones that are going to suffer from it. Is they're going to be, in essence, punished for the bad behavior of a few bad actors, and it is, but we have to find a way. Our system's broken. It's not working the way it is, and it is impacting our ability to be able to serve everybody, as Rebecca said. That's our job, and we're not able to do it. I can only speak for myself as far as my effectiveness and my ability, my energy, has been severely impacted because it's being consumed by 4 or 5 people. And I have 22,000 other people that I work for. And so I completely hear you. You're saying all the things I'm thinking as well. And the same to Rebecca. Mr. Eldred, yes, do I think what we're doing is in the best interests of the citizens of Klickitat County? Yes, otherwise I wouldn't be doing it. It seems inconceivable to you that it's possible that we just have a difference of opinion, that our motives are not, that we're either lazy, which is a direct quote, or incompetent, or that we are corrupt, or that we are getting some benefit. We've repeatedly said that is not true, at least to my knowledge. I only speak to myself, but I don't see any evidence of it anywhere else. It's just possible that we are doing what we think is best. Nobody says you have to agree with that, but you don't have to attack us that we're somehow lazy or corrupt. We are doing our job. I have 16 years of experience of doing my job, and I think the track record is I've been fairly successful at looking after the interests of the citizens in Klickitat County. That doesn't mean you have to agree with me, but don't disrespect me by look for other motives. There is no other motive. I am doing, in the whole, based on all the information that I have, I am doing what I think is best. And time will tell whether I'm right or wrong. And that will happen. And and I would just ask the listeners to just consider
that some of the information that you are using to base your decisions on is not either factually correct or is incomplete. I am going through the same thing myself. I always ask myself that. It's like, what if I'm wrong? What if I think I know, but sometimes there is other information out there. And I do ask myself, I just ask for the same consideration from listeners, that it might be possible that maybe you don't have all the information.
Thank you, Commissioner Sauter. Commissioner Christopher.
Okay. To our staff that was brave enough to come forward and speak their mind, I appreciate you doing that. I'm sorry you have to take the abuse that you have to take on a regular basis from a few bullies. And yeah, I will call them bullies. It's kind of weird. In high school, you were always trained to stand up to bullies. And then you come here and God forbid you stand up to a bully because you're an elected official and you're held to a higher account. So they can come in and bully on a daily basis in ridicule and shame. And that's okay for them, unfortunately. And yet I can't even, other than apologizing to my employees for the daily insults they have to take, there's not much more I can do because, you know what, I do believe in the Constitution and bullies do have a right to the First Amendment to speak their mind, even if they're ignorant. There's a lot of ignorance out there, and I don't personally want to associate with the ignorance. When it comes to the actual issues that, let's say, CEAS has, I agree with them, unlike my seatmates, on a lot of their issues. I just refuse to associate with them because they are bullies. They attack people. They attack our staff that did not run for public office to get abused on a daily basis. They're trying to do their jobs to the best of their ability. And the fact that you want to, I've read the emails, they all get forwarded to us. Daily, constant battery and mental abuse that gets sent to these people is I don't know. The bullies should be ashamed of themselves, and I'm going to end my comments right there before I get into more trouble.
Thank you, Commissioner Christopher. We live in paradise in this county. This is a beautiful place that we've raised our families here. We were raised here. Many of us, the people that move here because it's a beautiful place. I want to say thank you, Director Ward, and thank you, Heather, for saying and having the strength to come up and say it. You don't deserve to be treated like that. You don't deserve to have people be rude to you. You don't deserve to have to take it. And we three, I think, need to look at that, like Commissioner Sauter said, and find new ways of doing things and responding to things. And I have no problem if somebody is being completely rude and disrespectful. If you forward that to one of us and let one of the three of us deal with that, we are the public face, and at some point, I don't want to lose good employees because of a few bad apples. I don't want to lose the culture, like Commissioner Sauter said, that we have always had, that, you know, we come here, we have a smile on our face, we are helpful, we try to help. Our whole job as public servants is safety and the security of the people. And that's what you do in building. That's what you do in planning. That's what you do in all these different departments. We see it. We feel it. I know what it feels like to have people just attacking you constantly. I mean, when you're constantly told that you're neglectful of the citizens, that you push a private agenda, that you fail to do your duty, your job, that people question your ability, your education, all your background, the demeaning nature, it affects your ability to do your job. And we're here to do a job. And I am so very sorry that people treat you like this. I am so very sorry that people think or people feel that they can do that and that they should be allowed to get away with it. I think this is a bigger problem all throughout our country. I think this has become an issue where respect and decency and honestly the opportunity to have disagreements and rational, logical disagreements isn't okay anymore. It's my way or the highway, and that's the only way it'll ever be. And if you disagree with me, well, not only am I going to yell at you, scream at you, I'm going to come after you. I'm going to come after your family. I'm going to talk bad about you. I'm going to go after your businesses. This is what we're experiencing in this county, and it's absolutely disgraceful. And I'll do everything I can to protect you from this so that it stops. And at some point, it is harassment. And I'm so sorry. I wish I had a silver bullet to fix the problem. But it's, and you know, not the job. The job should be fun and enjoyable. And the camaraderie that we have in this building and with between our employees and our workers. It really brightens my day to see us all working together. And the fact that both of you came down and are honest about it, I know everybody else is feeling it. People feel it in all the different departments. And for all those that didn't speak up, thank you for what you do for this county. Thank you for coming to work every day with a smile on your face and always putting in the time and effort. Don't let a few negative Nancys out there bring you down and affect your health, because your health matters and your work matters. So, thank you. With that, I think we're going to close public comment and move into our public hearings, public meetings, and bid openings. And getting back to mental health, we have a proposal for the electronic healthcare record system for Klickitat County Crisis and Behavioral Health Services, which means we should be opening.
There were no submissions received. There are none.
Well, shoot.
Public health director had them addressed to your office. They just went and checked and there were no.
Inadvertently go somewhere else.
Well, that's not good for our mental health program.
Okay.
Another problem to solve.
Well, I know we had one interested party that asked if they could turn it in a day late. So at least we have some interest out there. And now we'll have to get back to it. That's not fun. All right. Moving on, we have a public meeting to consider the approval of boundary line adjustment BLA 2022-08.
So we have applicant Geraldine and LJ Dean Enterprises LLC, boundary line adjustment BLA 2022-08 is a proposal to adjust the common property line between parcels 02121062 00100 and 06121000002400 off of Mount Adams Highway. The proposed property boundary line adjustment is located within a portion of Section 10, Township 6 North, Range 12 East, Willamette Meridian, Klickitat County, Washington, in the Glenwood vicinity. The administrative review of this boundary line adjustment has been completed. Signatures have been obtained from Road, Health, the Treasurer's, and Planning Departments. All conditions attached to the preliminary approval have been met. If the board finds that it is in the public's interest to approve this boundary line adjustment, a motion will be needed to grant final approval of BLA 2022-08.
Any questions? Pretty simple.
Moving the lines around.
Yep, it looks clean to me.
Mr. Chair, I would make a motion to approve boundary line adjustment BLA 22-08 and grant final approval. Applicant is Gerald Dina and LJ Dean Enterprises LLC.
I would second the motion.
There's a motion and a second to approve the boundary line adjustment BLA 2022-08. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Oh, do I get to keep it?
Oh. Well, let me see.
We're on the take.
Oh.
Too soon?
Too soon.
That's always going to be too soon.
I got a free pen as part of my job.
No, the pen stays
I know,
with,
right?
yeah, mine,
You don't get
when
to
I
take it.
leave, they will still be here.
That is a fabulous
Does
pen,
the
by the
cup
way.
stay?
Yes. No, yeah, I don't know.
You're-
That might have been a
you-
gift to the seat.
You will enjoy your pen too.
I do enjoy my pen. I gotta find out
I
what
like
these are.
this
This, you'll like, you gotta
I
find what's the
like
new
this
one. It's
pen.
a-
All right, we'll see. We'll see. I'll be the
It
judge
will
of
bring
that.
joy to your day, sir. This is a simple
It
thing.
is. Ooh, I do like it. That is perfect.
It's. Oh, yes.
Well, she is now. We're easily,
That was an easy
That was an
starting
easy
buy-off.
start, yeah.
Why, yes, I am aware.
Yes, I was aware. So, welcome to the family, and I'm sorry.
Well, unfortunately, it's not like that was your first day on the job, but you made us all happy, so now you have to
Yes.
do that every single day.
Yeah.
Wow, those are nice.
Fancy pen, huh?
Yeah.
He's regretting leaving now. He's gonna
I
try to
am.
take his pen with him.
Okay.
The pay estimates or anything?
Please,
Agendas?
let's go on with the consent agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the consent agenda with 8 items.
I'll second the motion.
There's a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda with all 8 items. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we pay estimate number 1 and final to Frank Gurney Incorporated in the amount of $71,518.75, which contains retainage in the amount of $3,575.94 for the total payment amount of $97,942.81. That math doesn't work. Sorry, gentlemen.
Yeah, that didn't
No, it
work.
doesn't.
71.
I'm doing math in my head while I'm reading that, going, that math does not work.
Let's see.
So I will
have
pull
the
my motion
actual-
until we figure it out.
Okay.
Yeah,
Want me to do the next one?
where's the,
The actual one is here. in
Somewhere.
one of these.
yep, there we go. Here we go. That's a guardrail. Yeah,
Should have guardrail. This
Yep.
is the one for
Yep.
guardrail.
yep, here you go.
71, 71, 35 is good, so it's just the total due to contractor. All right, I'll try that again. Mr. Chairman, I move that we pay estimate number 1 and final to Frank Gurney Incorporated in the amount of $71,518.75, which contains retainage in the amount of $3,575.94 for the total payment amount of $67,942.81 for the Small Works Contract 2022 guardrail repairs.
I will second that motion.
A motion and a second to pay estimate number 1 and final to Frank Gurney Incorporated. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we pay final pay estimate to Stripe Rite Incorporated in the amount of $68,199.00, which contains retainage in the amount of $3,409.95 for the total payment amount of $64,789.05 for the 2022 annual striping program and RN 642-2022.
I'll second the motion.
There's a motion and a second to pay the final pay estimate to Stripe Rite Incorporated. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. You got the?
Yep.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to approve accounts payable warrants, the amount of $308,541.43 for, and no payroll benefit warrants for the date ending October 17th, 2022.
I would second the motion.
There's a motion and a second to pay the bills. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay, new business, finance. Board pending. I have one thing for board pending, and that is, I believe you gentlemen were forwarded an email from Matthew from the city of the Dalles.
Yes.
About the cost of them managing the contractor and all of the overhead and everything for the
But when I
airport.
looked at the files attached to it, they looked weird and wrong, and like he sent us the wrong folder.
That was my thought, is that he might have sent us the wrong folder of how he got that. I'm gonna reach back out to him, but I told him I'd have a conversation with you guys today and where we're at. I know Commissioner Sauter, while you're still here, you, I understand, had conversations with the previous city administrator. And how did those conversations go? I mean,
I think they went in I think really Matthew's just kind of following up on the earlier conversation, which was give us something to react to. Meaning, I mean, for me, in the interest of fairness, if them being the fiscal agent has costs associated with it, where they're doing the AP and the payroll and the managing the contracts and doing all of that, if we're truly in a partnership, those costs should be shared by both partners. And so I had always said, I'm supportive in concept to the idea of us, 50-50 is 50-50. And so I think that's what this was. I too was the same, like I got the methodology and stuff, but I didn't see actually any documentation about us necessarily. It was about it's like, why, the water system, I know how that works now. I know how the library, I know how you're allocating resources.
Right.
But I didn't see anything for us, and that's what I need to see. And I would remain, I think, in the interest of fairness, that the burden should be shared by both equally. The issue I would have, something that will be something that if we go forward with something, is the cost, if we are allocating costs, or we are on the hook for sharing our share, our 50% of the cost, but we have no input into the how the cost is being driven, that's going to be problematic. Meaning, and I'm not saying I don't trust them, but I'm basically giving them a blank check, and I'm not saying they would over allocate, but it's, if I have nothing to do with the management of it, then it's a little hard. I don't know what that is. That would just be something we'd have to watch, as far as like, is that a reasonable? Because we might get to the point where maybe it's cheaper or we can do it better. Maybe we would do it because there's no rule that says they have to be the fiscal agent. We've just generally, we don't want it, especially up until now. We got all that for free. So that would be the only thing to watch. It's kind of the same, you know, it's hard to, like, if we don't, because those employees, their staff are their staff. And it's, you know, it's different within where they're departments within the same organization, because we do cost allocation too. Like, this was not a new idea. We do that. I mean, Public Works does it all the time, where they allocate costs to different projects, and based on what I saw with their water system and the library stuff, they know how to do it. But again, that allocation is all within the same organization, and we would be outside, and it's just like, you know, are you actually doing that as efficiently, or is that even necessary the way you're doing it, and I have to pay for half of it without some
So was
oversight?
there ever something in that, like, we never paid, as I understand it?
No, we
So
never have.
Were we doing, like, was it a handshake agreement that we would provide all the economic development support or something, and that was our section, and they're the bill paying side?
No, but I do think that's the other part of the equation I think we need to look, is they're seeing it from their side. There may be things that we do that we're providing that you know, they're not paying.
Right, and that's where I was at.
Yeah,
So
just make sure
If
it's
you're spending 30 grand, but we're spending 15 in economic development man hours,
right.
we really only owe you 15.
Right.
Right.
It's kind of my
And I
math.
think Matt
Yeah,
wrote
and it meant that there could be, yeah, like, they're not necessarily
This is just
aware.
I
our
want to
side.
make sure
Right,
that
right.
whatever financial we're cost sharing is not the financial for their attorney if they decide to stick their attorney on somebody.
Right.
We're not automatically buying in a half of your attorney fees.
Right, and that's one of the things that's, you know, because that's a big ticket item, something like that, a consultant, an attorney, it's like, because you're choosing to do that thinking, oh, well, they're on the hook for
I don't want
half.
it on everything, I just want it on operations
Right.
and nothing over.
I'm not saying no, but that's would be a special circumstance of, are we okay with that?
So yeah, sounds like we're kind of on the same page.
And that's pretty consistent with what it was always like, you know, the concept makes sense, come back with some evidence, and we'll have a talk about it.
That
But it
wasn't
sounds
the
like we
evidence
need to
that
kind of
I could make sense of.
No,
We
actually
need to kind of
evidence.
have
it.
our own evidence too, so that we can
Yeah.
have that in the negotiation part of it, so.
And I know something that we haven't done in a long time is a joint meeting between the county commissioners and the city council about the airport.
Sure.
And I think that would be a good idea to do as well. And so if you guys would be amenable to that, because I know, you know, the airport's, it's a big piece of property and a big piece of the county.
Yeah, no, I think we've done it before. We can, I think
Have we?
it was a long time ago. Actually, it was we did have a joint meeting when we decided to terminate for convenience. The previous two management companies ago. Then we had to have a joint meeting to discuss that, and we hosted it here.
Oh, we did. So would you guys be willing to go down to their council?
I mean, I guess it's our turn. I think we can go.
Okay, I'll talk to Matthew about that as well. Any other questions you guys may have with regards to the airport? Okay. Yes, ma'am.
I would just like to note that Chairman Anderson put an agreement that's already been passed. The state just required it to be re-signed. Something wasn't in the right order, and that is in the sign folder for you all to
For the
see.
airport, yeah. Yeah, the secretary's name wasn't at the top. And they have to have a new wet signature. Yeah. Other things for board pending.
Oh, I have lots of stuff. You know me.
It's early.
Can I go first since I have one just little thing?
And then he's
Mr.
gonna
Chair,
leave.
may I?
And then he's gonna leave, yeah.
No, I'm not leaving. I'll
Yeah,
stick
go ahead.
through,
With your statement.
probably. And it's as much about, we had a question or during the 6-year road hearing about Courtney Road and the budget and the dollars. The amount of dollars. So Jeff did get that put together. So I was just going to report back, and then I'll send these figures to the questioner. Although I would feel like that was a public records request, but it's whether it is or not, I'll send it. So Courtney Road is budgeted at $7.2 million, which is as we thought. Of that, roughly 50-50. So $3,628,000 is state grant dollars. The other $3.572 million are county dollars, which are a mix of road tax, so road fund dollars, and landfill dollars, which are a taxpayer, what did I call them last? Asset. They're not, but it's not tax revenue. But it is a county
That's
asset.
pretty close to 50-50.
So it's about 50-50.
Of
It is. It's
actual
about road, yeah.
tax versus landfill.
Landfill. It was about 50-50 split. So about 1/4, right, state's 50%.
So total cost is $7.2
2 million, right. Yeah, so it's about 25%, if I'm doing the numbers right. Landfill, about 25% road tax. So local taxes.
Local taxes as out of the road is about $1.8 million.
Right.
To repave and rebuild the entire road.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, that's all I had.
Okay, so first things first, I would like to get your feedback and permission before I spend my time, if I'm going to be wasting my time or not, that I would like to have our HR manager do some research on Lifeline insurance, which I already know is $60 per family. So if you estimate it times 250 employees, you got 15 grand a year to add such a critter to a benefits package. To get a little better number to present for the board, but if you're not interested, then I won't waste my time or waste his time. It seems like pennies on the dollar that can save someone a big bill. I know that for a fact. So
Is it for the employee or the family?
the entire family, $60. Everybody lives in the house.
Jay could do it for 50, so.
Fly
Come fly and pick me up, fly me. He's like, no. Yeah.
I can't fit you.
Come on.
I'll bring you a shoehorn and a gallon of.
Yeah, Growler Crisco, get me out of there.
So anyway, if you're interested, I'll look into that. Is that a yes? Look into it?
I absolutely.
I would also personally like to see Mr. Sauter use his magic math that you used earlier this morning to come up with the correct percentile or a counter offer for us to send to them Thursday.
Well, if we take an average.
Right, so do the math, present it to us on Thursday, and
Okay.
then we can give it to them. That would be a recommendation I would have.
You did a really good job this morning.
Yes. Landfill. So the transfer station people do not get lunch breaks. Republic reached out and would like to provide their employees with 30-minute lunch breaks, but they can't do that unless we give them approval.
Really?
Yep. So it doesn't need to be in a contract. They just need the board to give verbal approval on the record, on a recording, that Republic Services is allowed to give their employees a 30-minute lunch break at the transfer station. They would do such lunch break at, say, 1 o'clock, 1:30, not during lunch hours, because they're actually busy at that time, so they give them a lunch break later. But right now, they're waving people back as they're eating a sandwich kind of thing. And they would like to give them a half-hour sit-down time, where they would essentially close the transfer station for a half an hour. I know, that was the negative of it. But like, start it next year where they have enough advertising time to let people know that we're closed between 1 and 1:30. And that time may differ at each transfer station based off when it's the least busy at each transfer station.
Not to get into their business, can they do a rotation where they could keep it open, where it's like
person, about two.
Or are they, the staff
It doesn't
levels
sound
or
like it
such?
Because the staff levels, there might only be 2 people on.
Right.
So, you know, it's already kind of somebody shoving chicken in his face. So the other guy's trying to go back somebody up and run the pay box and.
Right.
That's kind of currently what happens, but as they start getting understaffed because people are sick or whatever, then they start having issues of the guy holding the sandwiches, he's doing this. And it,
I mean, I think everybody should get a lunch. The only issue I would have is that they make sure they, as long as it is a set time that they advertise well in advance so the public knows. Because like I know in Lyle, I can't go to the post office between 2 and 2:30, which is always when I come through Lyle.
and we all know you can't go to the
2:15.
transfer station on Monday.
Yeah, on Mondays.
So as
So
long
if
as
I
they also
know,
I
I
can
don't
go between
care.
1 and 1, right, that's what I'm saying. That's what I told him. I want a set time.
Not this week, it's this
Right.
time next week, because it's already, I call before I come
He
because.
did ask that it might be like 1 to 1:30 at one place, but at 1:30
Well,
to 2 to another place, but you're gonna know what transfer station
Right, I'm
hours
going
are at
to.
your transfer station. So I didn't have too much of an issue with that.
Commissioner Anderson wants to chew on that for a while.
There's 2 employees in there. I would much rather, you know, I only go to one transfer station, so I don't know how it operates at the one up here, but I mean, and granted, I think everybody deserves a break and everybody deserves to have their lunch break. But one guy can run the transfer station and the other one can, you know, he's still gonna be there likely. And he can take his half hour and then the other one can take his half hour. But shutting the transfer station, like I worry at our transfer station, the safety impact, because it's gonna go out to the highway and then it's gonna start going down 141 for the buildup of all the vehicles based on the number of vehicles that come. And that would be my concern.
Well, I could see that if you have 50 people show up that don't realize it's lunch break. But that's the point of the education. And I would also say that you might have a safety issue at the transfer station if the guy's not paying attention to what's going on because he's taking cash right now. And he's not paying attention out there because you're down to one person on the shift. So I don't want to get in and micromanage their business at the transfer station, nor do I deem myself a safety expert. I'm just relaying the opinion of the business that they would like to. Their employees are requesting a half-hour break. And so, I don't know, it's either a yes or a no, or I don't know that there's a third option.
Well, I mean, that would be the third option is to have that question, that conversation. Can you have them take a lunch, but can a transfer station operate with just one person for a half hour?
I can go back and get clarity on
Yeah.
that question if you want.
I would definitely, because that would be my preference.
Okay.
Because, I mean, I've been at the transfer station, I've seen it operate with one person.
I know it does, it's just a matter of whether it does safely or not. Let me make sure I don't have anything else on here. I don't think so. Contract. You had questions you sent me away with on the contract. You have a new presentation. The HHW, which, actually, I'll just run through this the way it is. Waiving the problem waste and the threshold tipping fees. You lose that one already too? I didn't make an extra.
Don't know how that just happened. Hopefully it's.
He found the other one he was looking for.
I just found the other one. What the happened? Keep going. It's around here. No. Keep going.
Yeah, I don't have another one. So actually, I'll just start at the top. We already figured dropping the quarterly administrative fees, that's already fine. Didn't have any questions there. The waste fee, you wanted to bump the $2 up to $2.15. That's done. It didn't change the ton numbers at all.
What did it change the value, the number
The total,
on your sheet?
I would have to go bring up my mathematical form. It was like a 25,000 or something.
Found it. How'd it go up there?
It made like a 25,000, I think, difference. Might even.
Currently, but if it goes,
Right, right,
if we
right.
get more
Each time,
tons,
right,
it'll
right,
go
right,
up a lot more.
And so same idea, they wanted to drop the 2.18 down to 2.175 to make up for that adjustment. And I'm
Just
like,
moving it
leave it
around.
alone.
Just stop.
Just add it and make it and stop. So we're fine on there. Deleting the problem waste and the threshold tipping fees. They're actually they could go either way. Did you find it now?
Yeah, I found it. I said I found it right when she walked out the door.
Yeah. Not yet.
They want to talk to them about this to be done in executive session.
We've talked to him about that.
He disagrees that it can be. Right? Well, I know, we've asked, and he says, no, you can't.
Right?
Right? So anyway, moving on. Those two sections, the problem waste fees and the threshold testing fees, equate to about 30,000 a year, and they're already included in our quarterly fees. So it's already included in the $4.30 number. But if you were a stickler on that to leave it in, it would essentially mean they would still have to pay quarterly fees,
Right.
just $7,500 a quarter.
Right.
To make up the difference of the 30, but they're like, it's not a make it or break it for me, whatever you want to do. So when they sent this back, they did remove them. I'm hoping that we're okay with removing them, but if we said, hell no, you're leaving them in, they'd say fine.
How did your conversation go about the new waste that the new company? Okay.
I just was hoping to iron that question as a yes or no out before I moved on to the next one.
Okay.
The next one on there, number 8, is the landfill rate increase, which when we did the numbers, it requested Commissioner Sauter to do the math based on CPI,
previous,
whatever, it actually comes out to $1.25 and not $2. So that would mean it would go to $8.25
Okay.
next year, and then every 5 years have a CPI adjustment after that.
Okay.
The next one is the one you're talking about. Number 9 is HHW, or household hazardous waste. Essentially, when you guys were talking about whether we were gonna get paid for the new waste coming into the county. Article 3 of amendment number 3, which was done back in 2013, I think. The requirement shall not apply to new acquisitions by the contractor. So when the previous board did amendment number 3, they allowed a change in there that we wouldn't get fees for any acquisitions of the contract. So the answer is no. As he's reading. I'll leave that with you and you can continue to go over that. So yeah, any new, but the other thing that's in there that's kind of sketchy is that because of that, they can actually go buy themselves a new landfill. And ship all their trash to that landfill and not to our landfill anymore, and we're kind of screwed. So let's hope they don't ever choose to do that.
Well, that would be my question about the other land, you know.
They'd have to buy it, it'd have to be an acquisition. But yes.
Is this your interpretation, their interpretation, or?
Mine and theirs, and we can get legal opinion of it as well.
Yeah.
So if you would like legal interpretation of that, it can be done. The other thing that changes in there about halfway through that number 9, you'll see it says county shall bear all costs associated with the transfer, blah, 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 blah. And I have to flip to my other.
Oh, my gosh.
They changed the wording on that, and I don't know if they did it on purpose or whatever, but it did say they had to pay, and now it says we have to pay. And I don't know if that's a issue for you guys. I know I'm getting into the weeds on you. So that's something I think we should think about. It says county bears all costs for transportation and disposal. Now, understand that this HSW, we pay that out of the solid waste recycling grant. So it's not county taxpayer dollars anyway. So I don't see that the change in wording matters. But it essentially just gives them permission to use whatever contractor or site they want to use. The other thing is with amendment number 3 on what we get a tip-in fee from, you have to understand most of that toxic stuff that's going to that company isn't going into our landfill. So we only get the dollars if it goes into our landfill, not if it goes into, in this case, the one that's up in Hanford or whatever it is up there. So we don't get tipping.
And then we have to pay them for it.
Well, yeah, but it's coming out of the recycling grant. It's not us actually paying for it. The grant's paying for it.
As long as we have the grant.
Correct. Which that's part of everybody's grant apparently. So I didn't see a big issue there, but if you want legal interpretation on whether they can do that or not.
Commissioner Christopher, we may have differencing of legal opinion interpretation about having this discussion in open or executive. We're trying to run that down. Can we set this aside for right now until we get something?
Are you getting something today?
Trying to right now.
You think there's going to be a change of opinion?
Sounds like there potentially was.
Interesting. I was essentially done anyway. There was one more item that was easy. So, you can't, they don't care. I mean, should be pretty much off to the prosecutor for legal.
I guess, so we are renegotiating the contract. No luck? No luck?
I left him a message to text or.
Okay. I want to talk about this.
Right.
But I definitely,
But that-
if we can do that in executive
That one,
session, I
that one
would
I see.
definitely
I
like to.
get that.
Did you want to see this? Are you still working it? Oh,
No, I'm working on numbers, on different.
A new one that, you guys haven't, I got the 12 roll-offs. But then I also went back after talking to code compliance and asked for 200 vouchers annually. And he was willing, but he was only willing to do them at the Golden Dale place. He wanted to know where most of our code compliance nuisance abatement was. Apparently they'd done vouchers before and they'd had problems with fraud and people printing their own vouchers and whatnot. So they want to be able to do a ledger, a hand account. Code compliance would also have a ledger so they can make sure there's no fraud. And since most 70% of the code compliance cases that would be getting a voucher are actually around the Golden Dale station, that's the only station they would be willing to give vouchers to. That was them, not me. That's more than we had before.
I know, but it's not fair and equitable across the county.
Good point.
Sorry, he's not listening.
I'm listening.
He's on short timers.
I guess if I went back and argued that to not make it specific on one transfer station, their answer is either yes or no. And
That's true.
It's still all going to one transfer station. They just have to do books at each transfer station and do audit reporting and, because their biggest issue with that is fraud.
Yeah, absolutely.
And-
But,
and
you know,
training all the
they-
different staff to know which signature is what. And essentially, if they can do it at Goldendale, the Goldendale staff guy signs it and he's gonna know what his signature looks like. If the Goldendale guy signs it or Steve signs it and then George gives it to somebody in Dallasport, that guy's just gonna take it and show it in the cash register. He's not gonna look at it. If it's your own signature, that protects fraud, which is why they wanted it done out of one transfer station, whichever one did the most claims or had the most code compliance.
But we don't know where that's gonna be.
Well, according to code compliance, it's here.
Right now, based on who's turning people in and all that, right now, with the current climate, that could shift to the other side. I can tell you that there's plenty of spots at the county, not just around
I
Goldendale.
guess I'm just thinking 200 vouchers a year is better than no vouchers a year. Because you can get the roll-offs and that's all fine and dandy, but then you have the people that don't have, they have the trailer or the truck that can haul it to the dump, they just don't have the money to pay the dump. At, $40 for their trailers for the dump. And if you have 4 vouchers, there's your trailer. So we're gonna be able to get people's properties cleaned up that wouldn't have gotten cleaned up without a drop box without using the drop box.
Got it.
That's the plan with the voucher.
Okay. It's not a hard holdup for me. I just, if
I
possible.
get I get the not equitable across the county thing.
Yeah, but it is, if the vast majority of the issue is serviced out of the Goldendale transfer station. What was their thinking as far, I mean, you said the fraud, but.
That was it. Because that was the question is where's the majority of your cases at? And it's 70% of the trash stuff would
Would
be out of
fall
the
in
Goldendale
this out of the
transfer.
Goldendale transfer station.
Between 70 and 80%. So it was like, then they're like, well, that makes sense. And that's what we expected was the first comment. That's what I thought. Because they've done these vouchers before apparently and have had so much fraud in them that they had to pull them back and stop doing them.
And so
So
how
they
is
were
that,
hesitant.
how is that issue gonna be alleviated by only using the Goldendale transfer station?
Because I think the thought was that they can have a ledger, each one is written down.
Oh, it has a.
By the address, not by the name of the user. So when the user comes in and drops it off, they have to show proof of essentially residency at that code compliance address. And the voucher is gonna be signed by the guy working at the transfer station.
Right,
So it's like you inspecting your own signature.
right.
You're gonna know if you signed that or not and whether it's fraud or not, in that regard is how it was explained to me. I don't know if that's a super sticking point. We can go back if we want to go back. But that's essentially the changes. All the big stuff is the alternate contractor can use alternate disposal site. There's wordage in there that they must have permission. Site by site permission. So they can't just
No, it
up
doesn't.
and do 40.
No, it says first consult. It does not create permission. That's not a shall. It just says the contractor first consults with the county.
I think you're right.
Okay. Let me have some time to
Ruminate.
digest this.
Yep. But yeah, I think we need to change the wordage on that.
And yeah, if I have any other thoughts, changes, I'll get it to you. Well, we can talk about it on Thursday.
Yep.
Okay?
Do you want to keep that for, how do you want to, I mean, if you want legal advice on that, I'm fine with that. But take that and
Yeah, why don't you talk to the PA about that.
Use your legal advice.
Huh?
It's your legal advice.
This is your contract negotiation, buddy.
I
You wanna
don't
come
know-
forward?
I can be happy
Wanna
to
come
do so,
forward?
but I don't know that I'm gonna articulate your concern as good as you're gonna be able to articulate your concern.
You're very articulate. You'll do a great job. I have faith in you.
Okay.
I just had heard some conversation regarding Lifeline, so
I don't know what you're talking about.
I thought I'd come down.
Huh?
Life,
You talked about Lifeline
I did.
just a little bit ago?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, he did.
I'm not going that crazy.
So yes, I was receiving board permission to speak to you about checking on the cost to provide Life-Right family coverage to all of our employees, which I already kind of know the cost, but
So Lifelight is included within our medical coverage if it's medically covered or necessary. But
there is separate Life-Flight coverage.
there is separate coverage. It's $75 a year. There's no government discount because I had checked into that. They're sending me updated brochures. I inquired the end of August regarding the membership and the updated information. And so employees, well, Klickitat County residents are able to get an annual, it's $75 per family per year for coverage for Lifeline. And that's in addition
Were
to
you
what,
saying that our current healthcare coverage fully pays Lifeline?
it covers it if it's medically necessary.
How do you define that?
Yeah, that's
I
my question.
would think, like if you're having a heart attack or there was an accident and they have to come in and get you, then that would be.
I was talking to Lifeline in Oregon, which covers 5 states. You can't use it to transport. You can't use it to move from hospital A to B. You can't use it for, or an ambulance isn't necessary, but it's not life or death, you know. It won't cover all those kinds of things.
Right.
Has to be requested by a doctor or the facility.
So it's pretty much if you're in an accident and
Yeah, which
you're
most
getting
people-
taken to a hospital, you're not going from one hospital.
It's it's not transport, it's life and death or else.
That's goofy. I mean, it's.
But
still
it's
better than
a
nothing.
matter of, I guess I would say, is it covered by our own insurance? Or are they gonna find a gray area that they're only covering part of it? That's an interesting question.
And is it just Lifeline? Because what's the other company name?
Medical Teams Northwest or something,
Something
but
like
they're
that.
mostly Tri-Cities, Spokane, Seattle. It's a totally separate deal, and they do not affiliate with Lifeline. One doesn't cross over to the next.
I think it's the coverage, so if it's necessary, I don't think it matters.
Who it is. It's any.
But I can
flight.
confirm that
Can
for
you
you,
please?
but as long as it's medically necessary, then our insurance would cover it. You'd have to pay the out-of-pocket expenses until you reach your
Your
maximums.
little $2,000 number or whatever it is.
Or
'Cause that
some,
would be my.
And is
my-
that for families or just employees?
it would be if they're dependents under your medical
So
coverage.
If they're
it's
covered,
either
they're
or
covered.
not.
If they're not, they're not.
Right.
Interesting.
But Lifeline
no
does
idea.
have the family plan for $75 a year.
Right, but that's what I'm saying, but why go the family plan if you're telling me the insurance covers it at 100%? Then you're almost double
If
insured
it's
for no
medically
reason.
necessary.
Well, they're both kind of if it's medically necessary.
Yeah, I don't think my $75 one is not like I want to run up to, I have an
Right.
appointment
It's, no, the $75
Seattle.
one doesn't cover
Yeah.
transport type stuff either.
either.
The
so.
$75 one doesn't cover
Well,
the
it-
transport?
No, it's only medically necessary.
Necessary.
Listen, I got glaucoma and I need to see this is you're having a heart attack, you need to go, or you just got
But
an
if-
accident
but
and
if
you need to
it's-
go. If they can take you by ambulance, you need to go by ambulance.
So so that's what, if it's medically necessary, it would cover your flight to,
Wherever.
Boise or
Doesn't cover
wherever.
the full amount, is my question. Or do they have
Minus the
a-
2,000.
Right,
Minus
and
the
that's where I would,
One thing we might check is, because I have both.
right, but if
I
that's
live
the case,
elsewhere, but I think I have air and ground. check to see if this is just air or and ground.
So Life Flight is just air.
Yeah, like,
So for ground
It's-
coverage, people may
In
wanna
Washington,
get
Life Flight is just air. In Oregon, they actually do ground as well if you're in certain counties, including yours.
Life Flight has ground?
No, it just covers the.
I was
they
gonna
do-
say,
they do air
the word
and ground.
flight is literally in their name.
Yeah, what?
For an
I'm
additional
getting more
like
and more
20 bucks or
confused.
something like that,
Oh.
you get ground
Oh.
coverage as well.
Life,
For
ground,
ambulance services in
life.
those
Okay, for any ambulance service. Oh, for like
that
mid-Columbia,
originates
whatever.
inside, like me, when I had to get a drive to the airport for $3,000, that would then be covered.
Would have been
under
covered.
the Separate, so it doesn't work in things, doesn't pertain to us.
Huh. Find out more, please.
Yeah. If all we're gonna do by giving everybody actual life flight insurance is double coverage
then
now,
no.
then I'm not interested. But if
There's a.
our
benefit.
insurance has a gap, then I am interested. So I guess I need to know, is it fully covered? Do they cover the same patients at the same, you know? and-
They
and it sounds
cover,
like it.
benefits cover you, your spouse, or domestic partner, and dependents claimed on your income tax return.
Right.
There are no out-of-pocket expenses for emergent medically necessary.
And that's from Life Flight or is that from the healthcare insurance?
That's from Lifeline.
Right, right, but I know that's how I'm covered on Life Flight. My question is, how am I covered on my insurance? What is my insurance in their fine print? To see if there's a gap between the actual insurance and the Life Flight coverage. So, because believe it or not, I'm still getting bills from Life Flight because they haven't recognized I even have insurance yet. And/or that I have Life Flight coverage from them yet. So I haven't found out who's paying my bill.
Commissioner, this came up with one or two of the bargaining units, and y'all said no. We declined to provide that coverage because it's covered under the health insurance. So if this is something you want to pursue, we need to bargain it with all 5 bargaining units. Can't just unilaterally implement it.
Well, again, I need to know that there's a gap, because it's not sounding like there's a gap, it's not sounding like it's needed.
And I'm not speaking to whether we should or shouldn't. I'm just saying if you decide to continue, then we need to.
You have to read up.
Because we told them no 7 months ago.
We're already doing it.
So it's just a process.
Okay.
Get it figured out?
I guess so.
Or more to come?
I'll look into it.
Just double check with the healthcare coverage and see if there's anything on the healthcare side. I know the Life Flight side. Okay, thank you.
These are.
Boy, you really are cheap. You couldn't even give us color.
Trying to save money, honey. I'll let you guys read that, and I met with the city of Goldendale, so once you read that, we can talk about it. How are you today? How are you today?
Good.
Good.
I just love to visit with my employees.
question.
An answer.
Just for, as a layperson, we have criminal case filings and then we have the other, which I guess are civil case filings. What are I mean, because that really is the heart of the issue, is are you breaking it up based on, it's like, I don't know what those other.
So
Or-
where it says criminal and civil case filings, right? In the middle section, the criminal case filings, you can see that there's a discrepancy, right?
Right, that's what
between-
I'm having trouble with. It's like the
between-
numbers don't add up. It's like the totals.
So the numbers in the middle are what we provided to the cities, which was what Prosecutor Cannell gave to us.
Right.
From his thing that he can pull, right? What they provided was the total filings. And so as I can break that down, the 2475 criminal, that includes total filings. It's not criminal filings, it's the total number, like
Right.
papers, and if you get a speeding ticket and you pay your speeding ticket, that's a filing. Whether it's in the city, doesn't matter. And so a lot of pieces go into that. So I received this yesterday at like 5 o'clock. And I was going into the meeting with the City of Goldendale City Council at 7 o'clock. And I want to say thank you to our finance director, Bartley. She updated and put this together after work last night before the meeting, adding adult probation and to making it so it's something that I could hand out at the meeting. And I got to give her props for working extra to do that. So the meeting last night, if we went by the numbers that were given to us by the prosecuting attorney of the number of criminal case filings and those costs for East District Court, their cost would be $265,390 a year.
Whose cost?
That would be City of Goldendale.
City of Goldendale.
265K and they currently pay 36 grand.
No. Our budgeted for them is 12,000 this year. 2021 actual was 26,000.
Seeing 36.
That's probation.
Oh,
We're over
yeah.
here.
Up here, yeah, up on the top, East District City Cost Share.
So that would be, and that's more in line with when I started breaking everything down, right? On currently, based on the criminal case filings, this side, this one here, from what the prosecutor gave us, right? I took the total cost of East District Court, and for Goldendale, they had 138 criminal cases, which averaged out to $190 per case. But the county, for all the cases that we had, the 251, that averaged out to $2,734 per case. And so when you look at that, that's a huge, huge subsidy that we've been providing. And if we use the numbers, the cities want to use the total number of filings. You read it, that's what they want.
Is that all of the cities or the ones on that side? What does
Well-
Goldendale want to use? Or are they all in cahoots or not in cahoots?
Well, of course, they're all gonna be in cahoots. They wanna pay, I mean, they're faced with budget problems just like us, and they wanna pay the least amount as possible. I think the city of Goldendale disagree with part A of what the city believes, that in essence, we're required to provide municipal court services. I don't believe that's the case at all. I think that was an erroneous interpretation. And the rest of it just comes down to numbers, right? And so the city of White Salmon, and Bingen together paid $9,432 last year for all the municipal court services. If we broke that down, Bingen was $176 per case. White Salmon was $183 per case. Where West County, ours was $2,930 per case. The cities are willing to take the total numbers based on their percentage and paying their percentage of our costs, our budgeted costs. So that's how they came up with the 20,000 for Bingen, 23,000 for White Salmon. That would then equal 67,423 for Goldendale.
How much for Illinois?
67,423. And that, a lot of that is because the court costs, East District court costs are much higher than West District court
So
costs.
this is their math and their offer, or is
That's-
this our ask and our offer?
That's that's what they would like. So
That's, I know, I'm reading that that's what Bingen and White Salmon would like. I'm confirming that you're saying that's what
Alright.
Goldendale would like.
come on forward, you guys. Have a seat. Yep, you bet.
Go ahead, or I don't.
Commissioners, this is Director Brown.
Get up, we're gonna dispense with formality.
Hello.
Hi, Dave Sauter, nice to meet you.
Lisa Brown, nice to meet you.
Nice to see you again.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Mark,
Mark, Jake Anderson, pleasure to meet you.
Great. We just had a great meeting.
Good.
Got a lot of great things going on. And we had a beautiful evening and morning here. We went to Bake My Day Cafe for breakfast
Yeah.
and had a great walk. So yeah, thank you.
Great. And yes, the weather is always like this here.
It'd be lovely.
Well, what can we do for you? I know you probably don't hear that very often. It's usually, what can we get from you?
Yes, well, we're really, I think for us at the Department of Commerce, we have this short name, but we have this broad portfolio, right? Housing, local government infrastructure, energy, community services and economic development. And so we are embarking on how to really, our mission is to strengthen communities, how to really be in more communities around the state and how to build those relationships so it isn't, hi, we're the government and come to the website, right? To see what projects you might apply for if you can navigate through all the different pages. But this is really part of our effort just to understand how to connect the resources we have to the communities that can really benefit from them. So we had a great meeting just now and understood several different things that we can work on together, from childcare to creative economy to the economic development projects. So
I could add just one little piece that we heard from downstairs, and I think it's really important, is a lot of times at the state, we don't get to see the project end. You know, what was the impact of the project? How did it help your citizens? And so the airport need, because of life flights and other things, you have a critical need to expand your airfield there. And hearing those stories are much more powerful than just saying we need to extend the runway by 100 feet or whatever, you know, whatever it is. So having that personal story on a project, helping us capture those in a project description is really powerful.
Well, as someone that just flew out on a life flight,
Oh, wow.
It means a lot.
you can do to help.
Yeah,
I got flown to Boise, so. yeah.
Oh, wow.
those stories are just more powerful than, I mean, the data is important, the metrics are important, but having those personal stories are really powerful.
Oh, commerce, I mean, you have this broad portfolio in what you do. What can you talk about in terms of the direction of where you think commerce is going and how we're going to get there? And thank you for coming around for the listening session. I think that's great. You were in great hands between Mr. McClure and the PUD and everyone else, all the community leaders. But yeah, like where is commerce going to be in 20 years?
Well, the key things that we are working on right now are a little less, have a little less of a long-term view and a little more of a short to medium-term view. One of the biggest ones is that I brought when I came on about 3.5 years ago is a focus on regional economies instead of just the whole state of Washington. Because it's one thing if you say the state of Washington is number 1 in this or number 4 in that, but especially having been and served in the legislature from Spokane for many years, we really have all these regional economies and they have distinct opportunities and distinct challenges. And so we have been building a community engagement and outreach team where people are actually based in the regions. And we're now up to 6. And I see that as being one of our key initiatives to keep moving that forward. A second major initiative that we're engaged in is Representative Banky from the Tri-Cities sponsored this bill to create a manufacturing council, and Commerce is supporting that council and the set of recommendations it's going to make to the legislature. But it has the very ambitious goal of doubling manufacturing jobs in the state in 10 years. So that's a very big, ambitious level to reach. But so we're breaking down, supporting that council in coming up with the recommendations around that. So that's another key one. We have sector leads right now that serve as a liaison between the private sector and the state, both the governor and the legislature. So we have them in our traditional legacy industries like aerospace and maritime and ag products and timber and tech. But we're building out that portfolio a little bit more. So we have a new sector lead in the creative economy. We're looking at the maker economy, things like that. And the idea is that those sector leads serve to look at the needs of the industry and where it's going and help represent that to the legislature and to the governor. So, for example, right now, our sector lead for aerospace is involved in an aviation and airport kind of infrastructure council to look at those needs that kind of go beyond, what does Boeing need, right? And the subcontractors, which are very important for both Boeing and Airbus, but more fundamentally, what about regional airports and the whole, where's aviation and space going in the state? So that's just a little flavor of some of the key things that we're working on. We are on the capital side of the equation. We know that for small communities, the capacity to actually administer the funds, to apply for them and then administer them after you get them is challenging. It's not an easy process. So we're looking and advocating with the legislature for more technical assistance and capacity building to improve that partnership with local governments. Mark, you might want to mention what you've been doing in that area.
Yeah, so just in quickly looking at it, and this is probably something that will take some time to kind of process, but administratively, could a council of government support the communities within their area on the administrative side of things, even though the benefits going to a certain city, town in your district, how in your county, how could we elevate some of the administrative responsibilities to a centralized group to help that capacity, address some of those capacities, so that a small town doesn't have to deal with managing federal or state funds, those types of things. One thing I'd love to address, though, is in my mind, and it's been in my mind for quite a while, is how do we get in front of infrastructure and housing for your 20-year outlook? How can we start predicting now what does the population growth look like in the regional pieces? How can we start articulating those needs legislatively so they know that in communities, the need for expanded infrastructure and housing and all that goes with it. So there's a pipeline view of what's coming, so we're not surprising every 2 years what our needs are. So we have a more predictive way of thinking about the 20-year outlook instead of responding to it all the time.
Great. Yeah, follow up with that. Well, first off, Director Brown, thanks for coming, and the deputy. To that, what, I mean, I guess first, a little thing as far as with local flavor here, your idea as far as council of governments, or in many ways, we already function like that. Like the county quite often tends to be, we help out our municipalities, and we have a lot of that administrative burden where we, you know, and to us, that's just normal, where we kind of have the capacity, we don't. I see Director McClure. No, we don't, but we more so than our cities do. And so and I think that is a great approach. I know there's lots of municipalities, small groups across, especially across Eastern Washington, that's in the same place we are, where quite often the county's the big dog, meaning that they have the staff and the resources, or they have more than these little, and we do really help out our cities with that, where we'll provide technical assistance, we'll help them through, we'll be the applicant, even though we're just gonna be a pass-through or something like that. Back to as far as the housing and infrastructure, that is absolutely critical. And the part that scares me a little bit is that if we had an actual real number that we were at least, you know, going to the legislature as far as this is, we're looking out 20 years, it is so frightening that I'm afraid they'll be, as a former legislator, as like we'll be, you know, in the fetal position around, oh, how are we going to solve this? But we have to figure out a way to do it, because, you know,
They're still coming, I hear.
they're still coming. We cannot, you know, we have, and a lot of our, you know, we've gone through a process to try to identify where we can, kind of what's the restrictions, what's throttling back, why can't we seem to get any housing? And so we're working on that locally. And a lot of it does come down to infrastructure, is that we have a lot of our places that we, you know, we would like to see available for development that can have either legacy infrastructure. You know, it was just different in the past, and now it is so expensive that it just doesn't pencil out. And so I come from a construction background. Before I was a commissioner, I was a general contractor, and I keep thinking, why doesn't the industry should fix this? I mean, there is you could build and build and build, and you would have, there's 5 people for everything you build or standing in line. So what is it? And so that's what we've really been busy trying to identify. What are those factors? And a lot of it is around infrastructure. It's just the cost of infrastructure now is so disproportionate to what it used to be, that our typical ways of how we would solve this in the private sector, it just doesn't work. It doesn't pencil out, and the folks aren't doing it.
A little bit of help there, and we're looking at how we might move on this a little bit more, but the CHIPS program, or basically it's helping local governments with the developer. So the local government applies and we can help you reimburse with the side sewer hookups, all those other pieces that used to be developer costs. So we're really trying to scratch at that because, yeah, I grew up in a construction family and I get some of those developer issues.
Right.
And I think it's really important, even like permitting timelines, other things that we can help think about and work with those types of issues as we move forward.
Right.
So Dave Anderson, it's great, he's our growth management guy, really working on thinking through some of those things.
Okay. And I think we under particularly, we have more headwinds than many, just because we have the National Scenic Area, which brings its own set of it constricts as far as like we are, and it's a good thing to try to encourage development where the infrastructure is into the municipalities and the cities in the scenic area. But the another impact of that has made it very desirable, and the market is setting the rates. And you are not going to spend, $250,000, $300,000 on a lot and build an affordable house on it. That's just not happening. And at least, although maybe it's affordable in White Sam, but I don't know what those people do, but so we've definitely got some, in some ways, unique, at least in this part of the state, to us right here. So I'll defer to my seatmates.
I don't have anything else to add other than you pretty much hit it right there. And for me, and being the commissioner on this side and for Goldendale and beyond, is as you start driving up housing prices from people moving into the White Salmon on the other end, this is a poor and impoverished community here. They look at a $1,200 rent is now they're living on the street. And the rent prices here get jacked up because of the rent prices, an hour away, and we got to find a solution is all I know, because it is getting bad.
It's huge. We think this issue of housing supply at all levels, but particularly middle housing, is absolutely got to be a top priority. And I wish I knew more.
It's kind of a policy too, because does government get involved in building the infrastructure and the water lines and the streets and the whatever, and whether you're doing tax increment financing or whatever to try to make the money back after the build?
Right.
Or does government change its policy and say, okay, now we're going to allow tiny homes, or we're going to allow second homes on 20-acre parcels,
right?
So that we can lower prices that way and control it. So part of that's a government thing and part of that's a policy thing. And
yeah, it's definitely the case.
We've been thinking about those, all of those. Yep, absolutely.
And then no matter which way you go, somebody's going to yell at you.
Thank you guys for coming up.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Thank you for coming to our beautiful county and our beautiful slice of paradise.
Yeah, thank you. We have several things to follow up on, and we're really excited. Also have a good relationship with your legislators, especially Senator King and I, who served together in the Senate. So it's definitely, if things come up, he gives me a personal call. So.
That's good. We
We'll
appreciate,
remember that.
we do appreciate that.
Yeah.
We know he's a very strong advocate for
Yes.
us, and I appreciate, he is and frankly, our former Senator Honeyford is
of course.
We feel very well. We're very fortunate. We're very well
we have
taken.
2 senators.
Yeah, from
Yeah.
little Klickitat County. Yes,
Right.
yeah.
Well, I don't know. They say once a senator,
Always a
I
senator.
still get calls from Senator Parlett from Wenatchee as well, and of course I think of her as senator, but former, et cetera. So
We have potential here, so any help you can give us is fantastic.
great.
Yeah.
Thank you so
Thank
much
you
for
both.
the
Thank
opportunity.
Thank you.
Touch on a project with him.
Okay.
Okay.
Mount Rainier room upstairs.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks. So they would like one of us
Judgment choice.
It's the chairman's choice.
Well, who wants to?
I'll go.
Yeah, see, I think it's probably,
It's in my district.
I think so. I don't know. They'd have to kill us if they told us, so.
I'm getting a wild guess. Are you guys gonna be here when I'm back? Maybe? You're
Maybe.
sure the minute I
Do
walk
you-
Yeah,
in?
would you
Yeah.
leave if I get up?
Did
The meeting's
you
over.
have much else for?
Yeah,
For
can
the,
No, other than I would really like the clerk to take down your wording of what your ask is for the prosecutor, so that I don't mess up your wording on that
Okay.
legal opinion.
got it.
So if you could
Okay.
figure that out, that'd be fantastic.
One other thing, I think I even wrote it down. Yes. One thing I wanted to, I don't know if I want to talk about it without him present. I'll just wait. It'd make more sense.
Oh, that's this one.
All of my stuff can wait.
Okay.
How about yours?
Yeah,
Got anything?
I'm good. I'm good. It can wait till Thursday.
All right, well, then we might as well adjourn 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to adjourn our regular business meeting. We have a workshop scheduled 9 a.m. this Thursday.
I will step down and second the motion. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of adjourning, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you, everyone who signed in, who listened in, who was a part of today. Please get back and we'll see you Thursday here, or we'll see you next Tuesday online.